The Council, Santa Clara Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Board Member, Councilmember Hardy is not present at the time. Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park. Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Do we have City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one case of anticipated litigation to discuss with you tonight in closed session based on a claim filed against the city by Moonlight Associates, LLC.
Okay, do we have any public comment on that closed session? There's no one here in the chambers. Do we have anyone online? All right, I seeing none, we will then convene to closed session and we'll be back for the regular council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If you are a registered lobbyist joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to the City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and evening, and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on a public presentation, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council meeting now. Reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, members of the public. The City Council did meet in closed session on item number 1, but there are no reportable actions.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to mention with us this evening, our city manager is on vacation, so we have our assistant city manager, director of electric utility, Manuel Pineda, that is joining us in the city manager's seat this evening. Thank you, Manuel. So we're going to move on to continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations. Do we have any continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations? City manager, do you have any?
No items.
All right. Does anyone have any? All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to pull item the 030, item 8, to after consent.
After consent, after public presentations? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll do that. All right, we are now going to move on to our special order of business. So, let me make sure I have them in order here. Okay, for our first special order of business, the City of Santa Clara is honored to recognize Portuguese Heritage Month for June. On June 4th, we're a little late in June, but never too late. On June 4th, 2021, Congressman Jim Costa introduced a resolution to the 117th Congress supporting the designation of June as Portuguese National Heritage Month. The resolution celebrates the historic, cultural, and significant contributions Portuguese Americans have made to the United States. The month of June was selected to coincide with the Day of Portugal, which is celebrated on June 10th. Santa Clara has a rich history of Portuguese culture and roots. The entire valley had an influx of Portuguese immigrants in the early 1900s, and 70% of the city's population in the 1940s was of Portuguese descent. Santa Clara established its sister city, our very first one, you can see our flag there, with Coimbra, Portugal in 1972, and continues strengthening relations with Coimbra through the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. This evening, we are honored to have members of the Sociedad do Espírito Santo, SES, as we all know it, Hall, which was established in 1896 in Santa Clara. The SES Hall remains a central location for the community to gather and celebrate, including the annual Festa do Espírito Santo. I'm sure I said that properly. I would like to introduce Manuel Silveira, the president of the SES Hall. Is Manuel here this evening? Oh, please come forward. Yay! I know you love public speaking. Would you like to say a few words, Manuel?
I want to say thank you to the mayor and to the city of Santa Clara. And I'm not a speech person too much, so I just want to say thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for coming this evening. Do you have members of the board with you?
Yes.
If you'd like to introduce them, and they can come forward, and hopefully you can join me and the council up here for a proclamation. So if you'd like to introduce them.
Secretary.
If you, Manuel, can you speak in the microphone so everyone at home can hear?
Secretary Sandra Avila.
Okay.
Treasurer Henry Rodriguez. And Director Madalena Pimentel.
Oh, very good. Well, welcome, everyone. Would anyone like to say something? Come on.
Good evening to everyone and our Madam Mayor Lisa and the board. We really appreciate this and thank you for, recognizing the SES. We appreciate it. And thank you for all you do for our community.
Well, thank you for joining us. Ladies, would you like to say anything? Okay. How about posing for pictures? Okay, why don't you join us here, and you can, we'd like to present you with this proclamation commemorating Portuguese National Heritage Month in Santa Clara. Yeah, up here, there's a gate right there, straight there.
Big smiles. One more. One more. Big smile.
Thank you. So for our next item, the Santa Clara Women's League will present a check to the Santa Clara Senior Center. This $8,000 donation will help support, yes, let's clap for that. Will help support the Senior Center's Health and Wellness Care Case Management Program and the Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair. These city programs provide important health, education, and services, home visits, educational and fitness classes, public health screenings, and more to our older adults. At this time, I'd like to invite President Nancy Velasco and the members of the Women's League to the podium to say a few words. With the big check. We love the big checks.
Good evening,
Yay!
Mayor Gilmore, council members, and staff. As you said, I'm Nancy Velasco, president of the Women's League. We are supported by a lot of our members and officers this evening. As a result of Showtime 2023, its success, we were able to donate this wonderful, generous amount because we love our seniors. And Jennifer Herb, Recreation Supervisor, is here to accept our check for us.
Jennifer, there she comes. All right. Oh, you got the
Thank you
real
so
one.
much.
Nancy, if I'd like to hear the names of your members. If you'd like to come forward and just give us your names. You all work so very hard.
I'll introduce you, or you can introduce
Emily
yourself.
Adarabli.
All right, Emily.
Outgoing treasurer.
Judy Hubbard.
All right.
Alma Guillot.
Incoming recording secretary.
Okay. Oh,
Mary Hannell.
Corresponding secretary.
Kathy Del Pino.
Incoming
nice.
Sharon Enderjeski. Showtime.
Marlene Serrano.
Marlene.
Maria Landaveri.
Newsletter, email correspondent.
Marty Rigoni.
First vice president.
Bobby Estrada, new member.
Oh, nice. Yay.
Wanda Buck, former SAC member, and there's not a better place to come than the Santa Clara Women's League to help the seniors. So, thank you for having
Second
us.
vice president.
And membership chair, I have applications with me.
Did you hear that? Applications. Thank you, Nancy. I love how you said something a little about each of the members. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so I'd like to invite you all now up here for a photo and a presentation of a thank you letter from the city. Okay, for our last special order of business this evening, I am honored to recognize the new Board of Directors for the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. The Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce serves as advocates for the business community, and the organization works towards advocating, connecting, and educating for the growth and sustainability for their business members. The SVC Chamber represents the City of Santa Clara and the Silicon Valley businesses in the entire region. In the past, I've given the oath of office at a chamber event, but I'm excited this year to have the newly elected SVC Chamber officers and directors join the City Council this evening for this honor. Before we start the oath, I'd like to introduce the incoming Chamber of Commerce President to the podium, Elnaz Massoum, to share more about the Chamber. So when you're ready, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed mayor, and members of the City Council. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that I stand before you tonight to introduce the remarkable individuals who make up our new board and our extraordinary CEO who has just joined our ranks. This group's dedication and expertise have been pivotal in their selection, as they have proven to be true gems in our search for exceptional leadership. First and foremost, I am delighted to present to you our new board, comprised of accomplished individuals from diverse backgrounds. They bring a wealth of experience and a deep passion for our community. Their collective vision and tireless commitment to service will undoubtedly shape our city's future for the better. But it gives me even greater pleasure to introduce our new CEO, who has been a truly exceptional find. Our search was challenging, and we found an individual who possesses not only an impeccable track record, but also a deep-rooted understanding of our city's needs and aspirations. Habir has a background in high technology, entrepreneurship, public sector leadership, community planning, placemaking, content, and media production. Her education includes a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering and a Master's in Engineering Management from Santa Clara University. Being an immigrant and a Sikh woman have made Habir committed to being an inclusive and programs and in everything that she takes on. She serves on the Sister Cities North Cal Board, appointed as the Sister City International Country Representative for Ukraine, an active Rotarian, and a member of Silicon Valley Gurdwara. Specifically in Santa Clara, Habir has been the Vice Chair and Commissioner of Cultural Commission, the President and Board Member of the Santa Clara Library Foundation, Board Member of Santa Clara Rotary Club, the past Board Member of Santa Clara Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce, headed a task force with other board members, Ravinder Lal, Elnaz Massoum, and several other board members to address the challenges and new directions for our chamber. Not to mention, Habir was awarded the Distinguished Community Leader Award, Chamber of Commerce, and the Community Hero Award from the Santa Clara County Supervisors. And those are just to name a few of her accomplishments. Her leadership skills, dedication, and love for the community will undoubtedly steer us towards very new heights, and we look forward to that. As we turn our attention to our future, I want to share with you the inspiring vision of our chamber and our board. Our mission is threefold: to advocate, educate, and connect. Through advocacy, we will be the powerful voice of our community, championing its needs and aspirations at every turn that we take. Through education, we can empower our citizens with knowledge and skills, fostering growth and prosperity for everyone. And through connection, we can forge strong bonds between businesses, organizations, and residents to cultivate a sense of unity and a shared purpose for our diverse community. It is my firm belief that this new chamber and our board will prove instrumental in transforming our local communities into a thriving hub of progress and community engagement. We remain committed to service and shaping a brighter future for all who call this city home. As we embark on this new chapter, I urge each and every one of you to extend your support and cooperation. Together, we can harness the potentials of this new leadership and work hard, hand in hand, to realize the dreams and aspirations that do exist in this community. Thank you, esteemed council members, Mayor, for your attention and dedication to our city's progress. Let us embrace this new era of service, advocacy, and education, and connection together with everyone that is a part of this city. Let us create a future that all of us can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come down for this next part. So this evening we have with us, and please step up to the up here on the council dais here when I call your name in front of the rail, and then if you face the audience. So first, Elnaz Masoom, if you'd like to come up here, please. Thank you, Nora, for opening that. Francesca Lacanlale. I don't know how I said that. Oh, that's wonderful. Joe Szynski. I know his name, so I can say it right. Therese O'Neill. Satish Ulal. Anna Vargas Smith. And finally, Mike Wallace. Oh, he's not on the list. Is it okay for Gary? Yes. Okay, all right. She said all right. Gary Nobile. You know where you stand, Gary. So our city is extremely fortunate to have your leadership with our business community. I would like to administer to you all the oath of office for the Chamber Board of Directors. So here your lineup. Can you have a straight line, please, and face the audience? Thank you. So if you wouldn't mind, raise your right hand and repeat after me. Upon my honor, I solemnly pledge that I will faithfully execute the office and perform the duties of the position to which I have been elected. I further pledge to abide by the bylaws and the policies with a duty of loyalty, a duty of care, and a duty of obedience to the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. All this I promise to carry out to the best of my ability, to further the goals of the Chamber, and to shape the future of the business community in Silicon Valley. Congratulations to our newly elected directors and officers. Let's give them a round of applause. So I have a pin here for each of you, but I'd like our council members to come down and join us for a photo. Thank you very much for that. That's a first for me, doing it here in the council chambers. It's very nice. Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. And I do have to abstain on, I'm sorry, I should have done this ahead of time, the one involving the downtown 3J. Item 3J, since my office is in the Franklin Square, I will be abstaining on item 3J. Is there any member of the council that would like to pull an item?
No, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item? Or
Madam
staff?
Mayor, I have a card for 3J.
Yes, go ahead, please, if you'd read it. What?
I have a card.
Oh, a card for
3J.
which one?
3J.
Okay, so who had the card?
Dan Ondrasak.
Does he want to, is Dan here? Does he want to pull the item? Oh, Dan, would you like to pull the item?
Yes.
You're passing on speaking. Okay. So no pulling the item. You're saying no, she's saying yes. But it'll be heard. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you went. Okay. Okay, so.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion, and a second. We have a hand, Alex. Do you see that, City Clerk?
Hi, Mayor Gilmore. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Hoping to give public comment on 3-H, not requesting to pull it, just to give public comment if that's okay.
Can we can do that without pulling it? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members and Santa Clarans. My name is Alex Shore. I'm the executive director of Catalyze SV, and we're here tonight to just say a friendly hello and a thank you for this density bonus agreement that's coming forward on this project 80 Saratoga Avenue. It has already been approved and is moving forward in the city. And yet our members weigh in on projects. They are community members who care about the development that happens in our community, and we love to see further things go forward. We also think it's a good opportunity to highlight things like density bonuses, which allow more homes to get built, which allows us to make a bigger dent in this massive housing crisis we face in Santa Clara and beyond. So We're very grateful for this project moving forward. Our members had a chance to score it in April of 2022, and it actually got one of the highest scores of any project we've ever scored, 4.8 out of 5. Our members were really excited to see nearly 200 units of housing that are 100% affordable, 6-story building with on-site amenities like a half-size basketball court, workout stations, a child's play area, a picnic area, and a dog park, all for residents of Santa Clara, and as well seeing an 8,000 square foot commercial space that hopefully will be used for the YMCA that currently is in that location and maybe can be brought back to the neighborhood. And that was the one really strong piece of feedback from our members on how to make this project even better. And yet a 4.8 out of 5, not much more you can do to improve this project. So thank you to AmeriCorps Development for this investment in Santa Clara, and to the council for continuing to support more housing projects in our community. We're excited about a density bonus allowing even more homes to get built. We thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar, noting my abstention on that one item. Please register your vote. We're all here so we can vote electronically tonight. It saves time. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. This item number 4, city attorney, that was does that have to be voted on separately, or was that part of the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I think the city clerk took that up on the consent, so that that was the motion and understanding of the council, that was already approved.
On that? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we're on now to public presentations. If any member of the public has a public presentation on any item that's not on the agenda. Anybody, I have some online, but please come forward. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Vikas Gupta and I'm a 24-year resident of Santa Clara. My child swims with the Santa Clara Swim Club. There's a 14-year-old who swam today at the national championships. He's going to the Olympic trials next year. He was a Santa Clara swimmer, but now swims at Pleasanton. He and his family moved to Pleasanton because the International Swim Center would be frequently down the last couple of years. But not all kids are like him. Not all families can do what they did. Because of the chronic disrepair of our pools and limited alternatives, some swimmers will just quit and never realize their dreams. Unfortunately, a kid in our community may even drown because they could not learn to swim. Water, after all, is 70% of the Earth's surface, and drowning is the 3rd leading cause of childhood death from injuries in the US. So what are we going to do? I humbly ask you to prioritize and provide necessary resources and direction to fixing the ISC, which has been down for almost 3 months now, and to plan to revitalize it and our other pools. As for our ex-Santa Clara swimmer, I spoke about a moment ago, he missed breaking the national age group record of 1,500-meter freestyle by a second. I'm sure he'll get it at the next swim meet. The question is, will children in our community have that chance? It is sad that we have to ask that question today for a world-renowned facility and a club that has produced more Olympic medals than most countries. In fact, by my count, it's probably amongst the top 50, if the club was a country. But you have the ability to answer that question in the affirmative. You have always been supportive of the club. We need that support more than ever. Please take action. You will find the club and its members able partners and willing to go an extra mile with you to make our infrastructure better. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Vikas. Is there anybody else for the swim club? If so, come forward, then I have some comments for our city staff. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Nolan. I'm a 30-year resident. I've raised 3 children in the community. I'm here representing the seniors that swim at the International Swim Center, as well as the neighborhood families. First off, the seniors have not been able to have the luxury of the space that's available at the International Swim Center for the last 3 months. And without the ability to exercise and keep healthy, many of these may not be able to keep independent. With so many pools closed this summer, I've heard from my neighborhood families that there's no pool at Mary Gomez, the International Swim Center, and many of the children are not getting any aquatic activities this summer. So from the families and the seniors in the community, I'd like to have the continued high quality of aquatic programs available for everyone in the community. Please consider the need to put forth the resources needed for a speedy repair and long-term solution to allow the support of all aquatic programs to be up and running in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other swim comments? Please come forward. Then we'll continue with the rest. Please come forward. We'll continue with the rest of public presentations. I want to get all the swim ones at once. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Karen Cornwell. I've lived here for more than 40 years. My husband had a dream. He wanted to come swim at this pool. He was in Ohio, but he heard about the Santa Clara Swim Center. His son swims there, except he can't swim there. The city website proclaims that they host the International Swim Meet, the George Haynes International Swim Meet. And a few weeks ago, it was held in San Jose. Really, really disappointing. The pool's been down 50% of this year, 50. If I asked you to only work 50% of the time you currently work, but still continue to produce the results that you produce, what would you think? You would think, that's crazy. Who would ask me to do this? And that's what we're asking of the children. These are the people we're supposed to be supporting. We really have to fix this problem. I've looked at the budgets. There is no capital fund for the International Swim Center, and there should be one. There should have been one for the last 20 years, because it's more than 20 years past its useful life, but there still isn't one. You have to do something. Our kids need to swim. Our adults need to swim. And our community needs to restore the legacy and the champions that have come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Dear Mayor and the council members, my name is Taco Truong. I'm also one of the Santa Clara family. I'm a parent. I have 2 growing swimmers. I'm here along with my fellow swimming families try to express our deep concerns and frustrations regarding the heater repair at IC, which has been broken for more than 2 months without a line of sight as to when it will be repaired. My fellow SCSC families share the same concerns and frustration as mine. And we all know, I think you know probably better than I do, Santa Clara Swimming Club has its own legacy and history in aquatics. And it's a shame that we seem to struggle to even just keep it operating properly and consistently to continue that legacy. As a swimming parent, we enjoy the friendship with the other swimming family as much as we do in the competition. The International Swim Center is our second home, where we watch our kids practice, grow their techniques, become stronger, and have fun. like Vikas mentioned, in the past few years, we see very, very talented swimmers. They left the club because we don't have a consistent pool time. And we don't know how many talented swimmers we are going to lose in the future. And we decided to stay just like Vikas, and they decided to stay. It's not like everybody has all the options open. Because we always hopeful that things will turn around, things will get better. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And this time around, I would say it's the worst of all. And we don't even know what's actually broken, when it will get fixed. Literally, there's no update from the city. And we all understand it's necessary to do proper regular maintenance, but it seems like there's also no coordination between the city and the swim club on the maintenance timing. There are occasions that our swimmers finish up their break and they are ready to go back to the pool, but the pool was not ready. And there are also times that when we are training really, really hard and prepare for big meet, and all of a sudden, the pool needs to be shut down for maintenance. And I believe you have all the good intention and you consider the city residents like your own family. So now it's the heater in your own house that's broken.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Kathleen Hayner.
Can you speak in the mic? Thanks.
Yes, my
I'll
name's
hear you.
Kathleen Hayner, and my husband and I recently moved here from the Boston area 2 years ago. And when I was swimming there, they don't have the pools and the facilities or the weather that you have here. And I was swimming in Walden Pond, which was charming, but it, only through October. So when I came to Santa Clara, and I saw that pool, I joined the senior center, and I've been going almost every day that it's been open. And I've just been feeling so healthy having that opportunity. And what I wanted to say was that when people ask me, well, how's California? The first thing I tell them about is the pool. So, Santa Clara is getting a lot of good words about this pool. And in the last few weeks, as we've been over at the Washburton pool, swimmers are always really kind, trying to get 3 or 4 in a lane, having the others working. So I know, I can see how many people rely on this. And it's not just me, because I have a fairly flexible schedule and such, but there are people that I see that I used to see at the other pool that I just haven't seen over at Washburton, because it's just, I'm thinking of a woman in particular that used to really love going to the other pool, and I feel badly for her. So thanks for your attention to this, and you have a beautiful, beautiful pool, and I just want to see it continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ravi. I've been in the Santa Clara residential area for the last 7 years or more. This is my daughter. Please tell your name. Tell your name.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. This is Varenya. She's been going to the swim pool for the last 1 year, and she developed a very good relationship with her instructor there. But recently she's been facing this problem of not having the pool consistently, and she's missing her swimming. So we found this as an opportunity to come here and express our lack of availability or inconsistency in the pool. But she's one of the kids who's enjoying the pool swimming. Okay. Say, Varenya, say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else about the swim center? Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Rick Rutter. I have a swimmer at the Santa Clara Swim Club. I also have a diver on the Santa Clara dive team. And if anyone else is aware, there is the Aquamade synchronized swimming team. And so I think what's so special about the International Swim Center is it's such a place for champions to come. I mean, you have some of the top athletes, and I think that's one of the things that attracted us to come and do this. It's what inspires my kids. And I think one of the things I most worry about is, you know, if we don't have a pool, we don't have facilities. I also worry about our coaching staff and all these other people who, you know, may find it too difficult to continue to deal with these situations. I think our coaches are spending more time trying to find water and pool time than they are coaching the kids. And I'd also I just wish we could provide better for them. They deserve that. And so I don't want to belabor the point, but I really do think it's important for us to be able to provide the facilities for, you know, kids to be able to work hard and be consistent and have their routines and do the things they need to do to be successful. And it is concerning that, you know, we have to find all these alternatives, and it really is, I think for me, like I do have a lot of worry. You know, are coaches going to want to continue to do this? Is their focus on the right things? I mean, I know it is, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we continue to have teams and facilities that are world-class if we want to produce world-class citizens. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for having us. My name is Kevin Zacher. I had the pleasure of being introduced to you guys about a year and a half ago as the new head coach at Santa Clara Swim Club. I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you and talking with you a little bit, and find all of you to be supportive of aquatics and supportive of our club. So I thank you for that. As you've heard from many folks, it's been quite a frustrating last 3 months. And we're really concerned about the future of the club, the future of the program. The legacy, the history of Santa Clara Swim Club is amazing. You know, I grew up not in California. I grew up in another part of the country and grew up swimming. And I knew of Santa Clara because of Santa Clara Swim Club. All of the people that I've met through swimming know of Santa Clara Swim Club. And when I was given the opportunity to come lead this amazing organization, it was a dream come true. Now I come here and we don't have the infrastructure to support a club of this stature. You know, as mentioned before, we have more Olympians, more Olympic medals than most countries in the world. We want to continue that legacy. We want to continue that tradition. But we can't do it if we don't have a place to swim. All of the pools in the city are aging. It needs to be addressed. We need it to be addressed. And we're not just developing Olympians or champion swimmers. We're developing really, really great kids, people with great character. The types of athletes that come through our program go to schools like Yale, Harvard, Cal, Stanford on a regular basis. These are great kids that are coming through the program. And what swimming does for them, there's nothing else like it. Not to mention, you know, besides the fact of water safety, and we live near the ocean, so many pools in the area, water safety is a huge issue. Lastly, I'll touch on, you know, Karen mentioned that the international meet we had to hold in San Jose, there's thousands of folks that come to the area for that meet. There's so much revenue that can be generated by the city by having that event here, having all of the events that we host on an annual basis here. And when we take it to somewhere else, the city is losing out on that revenue. That's a big piece of it. So anyway, I ask for your attention to the pools and really respectfully ask that you make it a priority. I thank you for your support and your kindness, and it's been great seeing you guys come by the pool now and again, but we need action. We need action now. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other swim comments? If there's swim comments, please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Duke Duan. I've lived in Santa Clara since 1996, but this is my first time speaking to the council.
Welcome.
We are part of the senior citizen that use the International Swimming Center a lot. And unfortunately, the last few years, it has not been working really well. Currently, it closed, and we don't really know when it's going to reopen again. And not just the swimming part, but everything about the center is broken. It's in disrepair. There's a part that supposedly need to be fixed, need to be custom. But from what I heard, because we're not getting a lot of communication from whoever in charge of the ISC or the swimming pools for the community. Basically, the parts are made, but made incorrectly. It took like months to make the part. When it got sent back here, it's discovered that it's done incorrectly. So now the whole thing repeating itself again. And, we as senior citizens, maybe some of you in the same age as me, we don't have much time left. It's to enjoy ourselves. So every time, every hour, every second that we lost enjoying ourselves is a disservice to us. And we just want to see if the city can pay more attention to that. I heard from Kathy that this is what we should do, which is to come to the meeting and speak out. So this is what I did because, like I said, I've been here since 1996, but my first time. So it's very important to me, it's very important to the people that use the swimming pool, especially the ISC. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's your first. I hope it's not your last time you come to see us. So thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else on the swimming pool? I just wanted to say that it's public presentation, so we're not allowed to have an extended discussion on that, but we happen to be approving our budget this evening, so I know we'll have discussion on the long-term issue about replacing the swim center. We have been talking about that for years, and we will talk about it in our budget. But I think by consensus, we can send this back to staff to do a couple of things. One, first of all, to communicate with our swim club about what's happening, and second, to maybe look at how we can get some emergency measures or some temporary pool rentals for our young athletes, for not only the swim, but for the swim lessons and others, because we don't want to miss the whole summer. It's so critical. So on the temporary issue, and we can discuss it more during our budget this evening, and if we have to put money aside, then we can discuss that as well, to at least get some temporary facilities, because I'm hearing from everyone, including my neighbors. I can't even take a walk without, where's the swimming pool? What's going on? Now, where's the part? So it's gotten too much. And I think that you're preaching to all of us up here that support the swim center. We all do. That's our legacy in Santa Clara. So by consensus, are we all right to submit this to staff and then talk about the long-term solutions as well in our budget discussion this evening? Perfect timing. Thank you for everyone who came on that. So any other public presentations on other items that are not on the agenda, please come forward. Welcome, Chief.
To address some of the comments that were made at the last meeting during this discussion of changing the elected chief to an appointed chief. As you are all aware, I am opposed to this idea, and I submitted a memo stating my position because I was unable to attend that last meeting. I'm not here to rehash that issue, but rather address some of the comments that were made. As Mayor Gilmore noted, this is personal. Councilmember Chahal questioned that assertion because this item was brought forward by Councilmember Jane last year. For those that don't know, Councilmember Jane was on the Chiefs Advisory Committee when he was elected to the council. I was the chief at the time, and I told him that he needed to step down because I thought it was a potential conflict of interest. Under protest, he did step down, and he has not contacted me about any police matters since. I could discuss the reasons why I think other members of the council are biased against me, but this is not the correct venue for that. These meetings should be based on facts, not innuendos or personal attacks, which brings me to Councilmember Park. Your comments stepped over the line. As was stated earlier in that meeting, the chief is elected. I can say anything I want about him. I agree. I am in the public eye, and any discussion you want to have about my qualifications or performance is fair game. But you do not get to smear my family. Implying that I did something fraudulent while I was the treasurer of Sister Cities is ludicrous. But I can chalk that up to politics. But implying that my wife was doing something illegal or that my children did something inappropriate steps over the bounds of decorum, and you should be ashamed. Our children volunteered countless hours over the years and applied to be ambassadors just like every other exchange student. And my wife, Tidra, has volunteered years of service to Sister Cities, going all the way back to tea parties at Patty Mahan's house. We have opened our home to students and chaperones multiple times. She has served as the city's liaison to Coimbra when the council couldn't attend. To this day, she provides assistance to the current president of the association. And she never did this for any personal gain. She never did this for any other reasons, not as a stepping stone to get into elected office. She did it because she loves Santa Clara and the mission of the Sister Cities. I know that council policy prohibits acting on a public presentation, but I think in this case an apology is warranted, and I think she's going to be up here to speak as well.
Thank you, Chief.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I'm usually here under a kinder situation, supporting our students and being a representative of Santa Clara Sister Cities. But tonight, I'm here as a mother and a wife. Excuse me. I'm here because Santa Clara needs to hear that Kevin Park lied, and he needs to be accountable for this. For those that do not know me, my name is Tidra Nikolai, and I hope the citizens of Santa Clara are listening. I've been involved with Santa Clara Sister Cities for over 15 years. My fondest memories were with Patty Mahan in her home making sandwiches, and then me putting together baskets that I donated for the events. I've volunteered for all the fundraisers and hosted students and their Sister Cities delegates in my home every year. And I worked closely with Debbie Davis, Kathy Watanabe, and Raj Jahal. And Raj, being the president prior to being on city council, you know how transparent we have to be regarding our documents and any reports to our board and to the city liaison. And I never had anyone doctor up a treasurer's report. My husband was asked to come on to be a treasurer because the entire board wanted someone trustworthy and straighten out all our finances. They believed that my husband was honest and trustworthy. This is a personal vendetta which Kevin Park is airing on city time, and he has done this before. He doesn't tell you that he was asked to leave a Sister Cities meeting because he was disrespecting the entire board with his Google glasses at one of our meetings, and he was not asked to return. Kevin Park, you are a dishonorable man. You also implied that my children did something devious to go on an exchange trip that is completely inappropriate. Raj's son and my child went on an exchange the same year, and with all their hard work and dedication, they earned their trips. John Figuera, God bless his soul, he was my dear friend and my mentor. I would never dishonor his memory by doing something that I am accused of. And he would be standing right here beside me, supporting me I still volunteer and support the current president, who I am so proud of. And Kevin, you mentioned a while back a gentleman was here in the city building who had passed away, and you admired him, and you said you looked in the mirror and wanted to be just like him. What do you see now? Because I see a dishonorable man.
Thank you, Tidra. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Gilmore and council members and guests. My name is Margaret Horosco, and I am the current president of Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. I'm also an active member in the Parade of Champions group, Santa Clara Lawn Bowls, and I work as an associate at the American Cancer Society's Discovery Shop in Sunnyvale. I'm here because I wanted to talk about some comments made on June 6th during the discussion about the police chief position and whether one had to live in the city, etc. Firstly, I was surprised that the subject of sister cities was brought up, but I wanted to clarify that any student living in Santa Clara can be a youth member, and we welcome adults as well as students to be part of that organization. People are often recruited since it's a nonprofit and it's all voluntary. No one is paid. I have been a member for about 5 years, and I started with the group when my daughter became a member. I volunteered at the street dance, art and wine festival, and Christmas tree lighting along with Tidra, Nikolai, and Pat. They have always given their time freely as well as their home to host students and events. As for exchanges, there's always at least 3 people voting and assessing potential students. So if their children went on a trip, it is likely they were deserving of that opportunity. Same as for monies. There are usually 3 people on all accounts: treasurer, president, and usually a consultant or advisor, often a city council member. So monies are transparent and are not hidden. Tidra and Pat have always been giving, open, and free with their time, and I appreciate them and their volunteerism and dedication to the community. Thank you, and also I wanted to plug, on Tuesday, August 22nd, Sister City students will present a slideshow, so if you want to hear more about trips, they will be presenting their trip that they went to Izamo just recently in June. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. We look forward to that. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello there. Some might think I'm here to talk about me. I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about our chief of police and his family. The last meeting I was here, I was attacked and treated very poorly by all of you except for 2. But I'll tell you right now, I sat back and listened to my friend and my friend's family get torn apart, and they don't deserve that. They serve our city tremendously, and they have the support of the whole city. And I'll do whatever I can to help him and his family get whatever they deserve, because what you guys did last meeting was really way above board. You could treat me any way you want. Mr. Kevin Park, by the way, my name is Bert Field, okay?
Bert,
pretty humorous.
Bert, yeah.
Well, I want to make sure he knows.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm here to support Pat, Nikolai, and Tidra and their kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kishore Kanakachi? Kishore? Oh, please come forward. Did you want to speak? Oh, but if you want to, you're on the list. Okay. All right, thank you. Brian? Go ahead, Brian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I've lived in Santa Clara pretty much a big part of my life, and I've moved back in, moved to San Jose and then moved back to Santa Clara and live off of Monroe. If I could just remind my fellow citizens, please drive slower, and don't pass on the wrong side or there could be a bike, slow down a little bit, maybe that's why somebody stopped in front of you. It's not worth someone getting hurt or killed or even a car accident to get somewhere 5 seconds longer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Dawn, go ahead, Dawn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, I'm calling in once again to ask the council member Anthony Becker to do the right thing and resign from council seat number 6. Becker has become an embarrassment to our city. He is untrustworthy of holding this position and continues to put the interests of the 49ers over the interests of the community. Just like the grand jury report said, he was indicted by Santa Clara County Criminal Grand Jury, admitted to council member Jane to leaking confidential information to the 49ers, and has completely lost trust of the people. Why is he still sitting in a seat of honor? Any other politician of integrity would have already stepped down, apologized to the community, and tried to work with the district attorney to get lesser charges. But Becker arrogantly sits at council meetings, unjustly, unethically throwing off hardworking commissioners from volunteer committees and sitting in judgment of others. Meanwhile, his accomplishment to the indictment, council member Jane and other council members sit silently knowing all that is happening and supporting their colleagues and his crime. Santa Clara has hit a new low with council member Becker and his council supporters. Please resign so we can start to rebuild a more ethical, honest, and transparent city government. Thank you.
Thank you. Lainey, go ahead, Lainey.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Lainey Brown, and I have been a member and a resident of Santa Clara for the last 3 years. I am also calling in to express my disbelief that City Council member Anthony Becker, who has been indicted by the criminal grand jury and who has, by his own admission, confessed to Councilmember Suds Jane and others of leaking confidential information and lying to the grand jury, is still sitting on the council and making decisions for the public. And shouldn't Councilmember Suds Jane step down as well, since he harbored Anthony Becker's information without disclosing it to the city attorney or proper authorities? He only disclosed it after being interrogated by the district attorney. It is shocking to read the grand jury report and see that 5 of the city council members, known as 49er 5, have met over 60 times with the team, voted to support all their asks and detriments of millions of dollars to the city, lied to the public, grand jury, district attorney, and still feel they are qualified to serve as city council members. The grand jury was spot on when they stated 49er 5, put the interests over the team over our city's interests. Councilmember Becker should resign immediately, followed by Councilmember Jane. You have lost our trust. The bond is broken in our community. As for the 49er 5, Becker, Jane, Park, Hardy, and Shahal, you have lost your ethics, you have lost your integrity, and you have lost any values you have regarding our community. You sold your souls to the team that used you and has already turned on Becker, one of your colleagues. You were just a means to an end with the 49ers. They will turn on you next. Please resign, Anthony Becker. You as well, Councilmember Jane. It's the decent thing to do for our city and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any others? Anyone else in the audience? Would anyone else like to speak? All right, Councilmember Park, you have your Right on.
Yeah, actually, this was about the swim center. Like, when I look at the swim center, we talk about the swim center not just every year, but every 2 months. I look at all the notes that I have. I can see in May, in April, in January, and last year. And I feel that one of the problems that we have is, like, we don't have a good way, like, we don't have a capital expense, but we don't have that. And we look at building, we put out money to build something, and we don't look at what it takes to maintain these things. And this is something I'd really like to look into. I mean, we've also got the Triton Museum. The Triton Museum also is getting to 40 years, and it's going to need a major remodel.
Vice Mayor Park, you're going off subject. We're going to discuss that on the budget. So.
Understood. And I just like to make it very clear that we need a way to do this, without it being negated by future councils. Because it is, if we can't maintain anything, we shouldn't build anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Sorry, I have no comment.
All right. If there's nothing else, then we're going to move on to an item that we pulled up on the agenda, which was the last item on the agenda, a written petition. Action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Adam Thompson, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting to request that council reconsider the El Camino Real Specific Plan Committee membership. City Attorney, before we start, I want to make sure this isn't a reconsideration of an action we took at the last council meeting, because this was taken way back in 2012, I think, or something like. It's the word reconsider. It's not anything we did last council meeting, correct?
I don't view it as that, Mayor. It's a petition to add an item on the agenda to consider maybe taking some different action, but it's not a reconsideration.
It's not a reconsideration is just my point. Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, my language. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I submitted the written petition after being requested to serve again on the El Camino Real specific plan. After hearing multiple times from all of you that transparency and ethics is one of the top priorities when conducting city business, I then started looking at who were the members that we had appointed in 2012 and how did we get to a plan that you guys were not approved of. And therefore, I identified when reviewing that there were 3 or a few potentials that had potential conflict of interest, financial ties, or owned property within the precise plan or specific plan. The Building Industry Association, the BIA, is it has 400 plus members of home builders, trade contractors, suppliers, residential development industry professionals, including some developers that sit on the board that own and actively have developments along El Camino Real. The Commercial Real Estate Development Association, the NAIOP, that is comprised of commercial real estate developers and owners, and the representative is Pat Saucedo, who is currently registered as a lobbyist in the city of Santa Clara. Finally, Silicon Valley Leadership Group has recently been identified as taking membership fees and donations in return for supports on a recent project within the city, 500 Benton. This has been confirmed through the lawsuit documents showing that they have taken funds for that support. And I would recommend looking at those documents to see how city business has been conducted. It's pretty interesting to see who was paid for that project. Based on these findings, I ask that council open a discussion at a future meeting to evaluate all the commissioners, especially these, and to see if they should be allowed to return to the El Camino Real specific plan. Let's make the El Camino Real specific plan a community-led vision to meet the requirements of our housing goals and regional needs. I appreciate your time in hearing my concerns and look forward to continuing and participating in the future of Santa Clara's planning. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to see this petition. I'd like to make a motion to put this petition on a future council agenda.
I'll second it.
Motion second to put on an agenda. Councilmember Jane, your light's on. Did you have any comments?
Yeah, I served on that committee, and we spent 4 years coming up with the El Camino plan. I think it is important to look at, membership of that committee to make sure that we have the right people to get a plan that really does fit our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not going to support the motion. I don't think that it's fair. The people that were selected to serve on this committee are stakeholders of the city of Santa Clara. And when the committee members were chosen, they're chosen and vetted. And so I really, and this project has already been delayed. And I feel like this is just going to delay it some more. So I do not support the motion. I think that the committee is just fine, and it needs to move forward because a lot of people are waiting for something to happen on the El Camino. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually agree with that because these aren't individuals. These are big business organizations. The Building Industry Association, the NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate People, and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. They're not individuals with conflicts of interest. These are giant organizations that themselves don't own property on the El Camino. And looking at who's left on the committee is just residential members, and that's fine. But the El Camino is a business district. You've got to have some business input in this business district. You have to have a diversity of voices. And so just maybe because you don't like somebody on there, I think, everyone can be vetted if they're participating. But to take out 3 large business organizations leaves us with no business representation. So I'm voting against the motion. City Attorney, were you going to tell me to not talk about it? Yes, okay.
People can certainly make a brief statement to explain why they're voting, but we're getting a little bit into the substance of the issues. So
I get it.
I'd encourage people to be brief in their statement.
I just wanted to
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
explain why I'm not supporting the motion. I think it's important. All right. We have a motion, a second. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this? Any public members want to speak on this? I can just say when it's brought back, I think these 3 organizations should be notified that they were identified as conflicts of interest, so that they're present to represent themselves. All right? All right, when you're ready. Please register your vote. Is there?
I didn't see that.
It's on. Okay, you have to go to the item. Did you go to the item? You must go to the item. You weren't on the item. Okay, let's start again. Go to the item.
You want to just cast your vote?
Okay, why don't you get out and then come back in? Yeah, when we call for the vote, you have to be on the item.
Do you want to just cast your vote?
You want to do a roll call vote?
I've got 5 of you on here, just 2 is missing.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal, do you want to cast?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes 5-2. All right, next, we are going to, we didn't pull any consent calendar items for discussion, so we are going to move on to, okay, it's coming up. So this is a public hearing, and it's on the fiscal year 2023-2024 and fiscal year 2024-2025 budget action items. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to introduce Ken Lee, our Finance Director, who will be doing a presentation for both items 5A and 5B.
Thank you. Director Lee, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, members of the public, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate another opportunity to talk about the budget tonight. And I know I've been before you a few times, and so this is the public hearing on the budget, as well as 5B. This is one presentation for two items that you'll be able to vote on separately, but wanted to include both items in my presentation. For purposes of the agenda, just to talk about the two-year budget before you, the 23-24 and 24-25 two-year operating budget, as well as amendments to the capital budget. I have a few slides that may be familiar to you, but just for purposes of the public and transparency for today's public hearing, I wanted to talk about some of the main highlights around the budget, revenue sources and opportunities, as well as some of the follow-up from the last two study sessions. The second bullet here, there is the technical document, the appropriations limit that is in 5B that's also available for your consideration tonight, and I'll summarize those recommendations. So when we talk about the budget, I mentioned this earlier, this budget really provides stability for community services. And you may have heard earlier this year or late last year as part of the budget planning process, we were working against a projected $27 million ongoing general fund deficit at the time. That was revised in the March-April timeframe to about $9 million, so good news. So that structural deficit was significantly reduced. It allowed us to preserve services, especially the frontline public-facing services, and then the reductions and some of the proposals that are detailed in the document are focused on strategic support departments or departments such as finance and other departments behind the scenes. We've had multiple study sessions, so we're here before you today for the budget adoption. And then as part of the two-year capital budget process, this budget recommendation before you includes some limited adjustments to the budget, and I will talk about some revenue opportunities given the significant need in terms of infrastructure that we heard earlier this evening. From a development process, that calendar actually started with the departments earlier in the fiscal year, in the fall timeframe. We worked with many departments to get detailed proposals that are some of which are included in the budget. And we did have some briefings to gather some input from the mayor and city council in late March. Released that budget late April. Had our first study session in May. I know it seems like a long time ago. We did some additional outreach based on feedback from that study session, so we released a budget and brief and included some email delivery out to some of the stakeholders in the city. We had another budget study session on June 6th, and our public hearing and budget adoption recommendation is before you today. As far as numbers, the item before you includes what we typically have in this time frame, which are carryover budgets for capital projects that are in progress. So the overall budget here, when you look at those carryovers that are included in the budget, of a $1.8 billion budget across many different funds. Some of those large numbers include our enterprises, such as our Silicon Valley Power, water and sewer, garbage services, many of those rate-funded services. Do want to note the second year of the budget here, proposed budget totals $1.2 billion, and part of that blip includes those carryovers of capital dollars from one year to the next, as well as some debt financing that's assumed for Silicon Valley Power, and that's represented in that debt line, about $370 million there in the proposed budget. As far as just the overview and themes, I mentioned the budget size and the strategy that the city and staff took to balance the budget to present the two-year budget before you was multi-pronged to include revenue options and new revenues that were passed both by the voters and are allowable through the vote before you related to fees. It includes one-time and ongoing expenditure savings or reductions, and then it also includes the use of reserves, mainly based on some of the timing of the revenue. Limits direct service impacts. I talked in prior sessions about And there was lengthy council and public discussions around services in our libraries, in our parks, our public safety departments. This budget funds and protects those services, and with successful recruitment will expand those services. And some of the details I'll talk about that were included in the documents before you. The city continues to fill vacant positions. Over 200 positions are in progress of being recruited, very busy for HR departments. Overall, as those positions get filled and hopefully beyond the normal churn that an organization experiences, that those services will continue to improve. However, just want to note here, still below some of the pre-pandemic levels as those services come back. As far as our reserves, the next bullet here, setting our budget stabilization reserve. This is in the past previously set at 25%, so this budget keeps a reduced level of 15%, and hopefully in the future or near future, there will be opportunities to grow that reserve fund back. And then there's other investments in the budget, significant resources for our utilities, including some programs around greenhouse and EV infrastructure, solar in our utilities. And again, I just want to highlight the cooperation and collaboration with all city departments. The budget's a significant document to produce, and it's not without the help of our budget team and our city departments to get that across the goal. For those of you that may be interested about positions and some of the FTEs or full-time funded positions in the budget, just as a reconciliation from the last budget to this budget, I'll highlight that the first 4 rows are items that have been before you as part of a prior council action, include some base budget changes related to the timing of the related development project. 4 positions, which I'll talk about in further detail in a future slide, proposed to be either frozen or eliminated in the budget. And then in that second year, some additional positions related to the building fee program coming back. So in total, 1153 positions at the end of that second year. I mentioned the budget balancing strategy that our city undertook as part of the 3 or 4 years going through the pandemic and even prior to that. It included significant revenue generating actions as one of the 3 buckets, and I'll talk about that. One-time and ongoing expenditure reductions, use of reserves, and this is a phased approach, not focused on any one area, but one that's balanced and highlights some of the priorities in the city. I do want to mention this last bullet, and I want to be clear here that the budget funds services that will improve over the recovery of and filling of vacant positions. Any kind of restorations of services that were previously where there was a decision in a couple budgets ago, those would require additional revenues, outperformance of the forecast to improve beyond what's already included in this budget. As far as those 3 buckets, this table here highlights some of the strategies in order to address the revised $9 million or so deficit. Total revenue solutions in that first year, 1.6, growing to 2.5, and then ongoing $4.2 million. So significant portion of balancing the budget includes revenues. And then on the expense side of the ledger, some reductions, some one-time reductions allowable by either our Fire Safer grants, talking and collaborating with our police department on historical funding of vacancies and some of those dollars that have returned back to the fund in the past, and then other city department proposals. And then the last line here, I just want to highlight it. We do still have a forecasted $5.2 million of unfunded or unidentified solutions that would be required beyond that second year. So we'll continue to monitor the performance in the forecast and come back at a later date as far as how that gap is proposed to be solved. On the revenue side, the key strategy here is around our transient occupancy tax, a phase-in of the remaining capacity passed through the voters in November of 2020. And so the strategy here is to do a 1% increase in January 24 and 1% in January 25. That Technically, what we're looking here is for affirmation of that direction, and we'll come back with the actual change later this year if that's part of the motion. I do want to mention, we did highlight some of that outreach with the hotels earlier this year, and they acknowledge that proposal, that capacity, and where that would put us. Some of the other fees that were brought forward on April 18th, as well as evaluating opportunities around the storm fee, those assumptions are included in the budget. And then that last bullet around our vehicles, just turning every stone where we can, and regarding underutilized vehicles and opportunity there for some one-time revenues. On the expense side, I mentioned earlier the fire department applied for and received a SAFER grant for 3 years, and that saves us in terms of our relief over time, and so that's one-time savings for the 2-year budget. I mentioned earlier the police department vacancy factor, so generating savings that will align to historical 10-year averages for hiring, allows for the continuing hiring of sworn staff, the improvement of services, the assignment to specialized units beyond patrol and investigations, and so working very close with the police department on this proposal. And then with regards to some of the other reductions in departments, 4 positions, either frozen or eliminated in attorney's office, manager's office, auditor's office, and HR departments. And we'll continue to look at that over the 2-year budget. And if there's a need to swap out or change at least that, those proposals, we'll bring that forward at a later date. But at least in this budget, including some of those reductions. And then finally, the third bucket here, as far as balancing the budget, use of reserves, $1.1 million in that first year of the budget, and then replenishing it. And then looking ahead as future budgets, balancing solutions, I mentioned the $5 million or so that's not solved beyond this budget process, so we'll have to identify future solutions as well in that future process. So focusing or shifting gears here on our reserves, our budget stabilization reserve is our main reserve in the general fund. This is our rainy day fund. And so over the course of the last several years, we've dropped that almost half from $80 million at its peak. We've used other one-time sources, land sale reserve, federal stimulus dollars available to us. So that was a key to maintaining and preserving services over those tough COVID years, and as we turn the corner here, looking hopefully to replenish some of those reserves. And so as far as some of the balances here, maintaining around $40 to $45 million here over the 2 years, 15 to 16% level. Our capital projects reserve a very modest amount here, $6 million, and typically when our fiscal year closes out, I will be before you with some recommendations, hopefully with some surplus dollars to replenish some of those funds, but again, a very, very modest amount against our need. The land sale reserve by policy, $18.5 million allocated there, and then our pension trust and budget balancing reserve just by policy. So in total, about $92 to $93 million in our budget. On this next slide, I know that there were a lot of comments presented earlier today, and I do want to acknowledge that this has been an ongoing effort over the last several years in terms of identifying options as far as new revenues, as far as funding capital projects. And so the first bullet on this future potential revenue source list, general obligation bonds, a lot of cities, agencies in the area in California use this as a structure to fund some of those large projects like the swim center. And so I do want to highlight in our last capital budget process, we've identified over $500 million of needs. And shortly after this budget process, we'll kick off the next 2-year capital budget process. So I'm sure a lot of the discussion on some of those needs and how we fund or have a plan in order to fund those. So just want to highlight there that work product is ongoing. We've been before you with some of the results of the surveys. The other bullets on the list, opportunities, library and community services parcel tax. Again, this is a one that many of our neighboring cities have, and it would diversify our revenues, allocate dollars to libraries and potentially community services. I do want to mention at least these first two bullets here because they're special in nature, would require 2/3 thresholds. And then the last three here, just compared to some of our neighboring cities, documentary transfer tax, sales tax, and utility tax. These are kind of the short lists as your finance director, bringing before you options for additional revenues to address our needs. And our plan here is to bring back a much more lengthy discussion with details and decision points in the fall timeframe. With regards to the proposed budget, I want to highlight some changes to the document before you that's under consideration as part of the recommendations. Attachment 2 in the report, I know there are a lot of different attachments with pages, highlights the detailed capital project by project carryover that's recommended, as well as a handful of other operating items that occurred either after the proposed budget was issued, including the 2 housing items on this list, and then some limited operating carryovers or requests using current year dollars as proposed through some departments that raised some issues, including, I want to highlight here, some dollars around HR recruitment based on some further conversations with the director. On the capital side, I talked about just amendments to the already approved 2-year capital budget, mainly focused here around our Silicon Valley power infrastructure, our receiving stations, Northern, Kiefer, Scott receiving stations, as well as lines. Those are all projects that are designed and presented before you to either address growth capacity for the future and or enhance redundancy and stability within the system. And then the last 2 bullets I mentioned here, carryover of funds, and we'll have to identify and talk through some of the opportunities to meet some of the unfunded infrastructures that remain. With regards to follow-up from the budget study session, in just bulleted format here, I just want to highlight that there was lengthy discussion over 50 questions that were asked and answered through the attachments around mechanics of the budget, forecasting, revenues, vacancies, PERS, and a lot of concerns around staffing, recruitment, and program delivery. So there's some detail that's included in the documents before you regarding hours for library and senior centers, as well as responses around some of the questions around public safety, North Side, drug education, fire services. And then the last bullet here, just mentioning, as I did in my prior slide, opportunities for available funding that we still have on our work plan, and I know there's interest both in the public as well as getting into a practice beyond our funding of capital infrastructure as on a pay-as-you-go, but really finding that longer-term solution that would identify revenues for the city in the future. Those responses, just depending on which study session they were raised, are included in attachments 4 and 5. And I won't talk through all those responses, but they're highlighted here with some very detailed, just to make sure the public's fully aware of the plan to restore some of the service, some of the hours in some of the key areas. And then the work plan on some of the items where we need additional time to address. And so those documents are included in the packet and in the actions before you tonight. So just one slide here on item 5B. This appropriations or GAN limit is a state requirement based in a couple propositions that were passed through Proposition 4 and 111. And basically what this is it's a growth calculation that we're required to bring forward to the council under the California State Constitution that certify limits on taxation as well as some of the appropriations based on growth. And so within this calculation, we are well below the limit that's authorized by the state. And so the recommendations before you for item 5A as part of budget adoption, it includes the 2-year biennial operating budget, amendments to the capital budget. I want to just disclose that amendments to the capital budget would require 5 votes based on city charter. And some of those recommendations or details included are in attachment 2, as well as the document that's posted online. There is in attachment 3 the technical appropriation schedule for all the city funds and line items that are needed to be approved as part of this action. Items 3 and 4 here, as a joint housing authority and sports and open space authority, those respective budgets are included before you and highlighted as a recommendation. And then item 5, just the affirmation of decision to bring back the phased-in increases to the transient occupancy as approved by the voters. So since that's a balancing strategy that's included in the budget, that's a recommendation before you here for 5A. And then 5B, just the resolution around the state required appropriation limits according to the Constitution. And so with that, that concludes my presentation. Again, I want to acknowledge budget and finance staff to my left, and along with all the department staff that have put this budget together. It's a long process to get here, and so appreciate the time and the work by city staff.
Can we give our finance department and staff a big round of applause? I mean, over $1 billion budget with all the challenges that you have all faced, and our department heads, and putting all this together, manager's office, everyone. I mean, it's really a Herculean effort for everything you do, and we really appreciate everything. We all want to get what we want in the budget, but you all have to deal with that. So it's really, you're very professional, and we do appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, so let's start now with questions. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So more of comments, much questions. I mean, maybe one at the end.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I might, questions only at this point, given that it's a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just
Member Becker.
questions, and then
Yeah, questions only.
It is a public hearing. We haven't closed it or anything.
Yep.
Okay, so my question then is regarding the potential future revenue sources and the the ballot, for a ballot measure possibility for a general obligation bond. So if we want to have that on a ballot in November of 2024, when will we have to have that really kind of figured out and planned out? So then we can make sure that's on there and to cover those issues. And then lastly, oh, never mind, it covers it right here. So that's just my one.
Is that it?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Thank you. The agenda item in this packet was 700 pages, so thank you for all that work. I know a number of people came up and talked about the swim center, and I'd like you to sort of walk us through what it would take to either rebuild it in place or rebuild it next door to the current swim center. And then could you talk about, I think you had mentioned in previous discussions that we are planning to expand the library and senior center hours. And can you talk about what the impediments are to making that happen?
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And we're almost at the end, Ken. That's great. And thank you to your team again. So I know some questions have been asked about the International Swim Center. And yeah, we definitely need to take some action there in terms of creating new revenue to be able to achieve that goal. I know that there has been discussion about putting a ballot measure on the March 2024 ballot, and it's $500,000. I'd rather see that $500,000 spent to put a geo bond together and take it to the public and get it across the finish line, because to me, I think from hearing the discussion this evening, the the swim center is a lot more important to our community right now. And I think many people have already spoken out about their feelings regarding the elected police chief and not going forward on that measure. So I have a question. Is it possible to just change the plans for March 2024 and focus on the needs of the community and put an international swim center with a geo bond and other community services that are needed, and do that instead of what's already been proposed for March of 2024? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Lee, and your whole team over here. Thank you for the presentation again. I have a follow-up. My question also pertains to the swim center, basically. So we have two issues. One is rebuilding it, and one is maintaining it. I know rebuilding it will take a longer time and dependent on what funds we get it. But is money an hindrance for maintaining it to an operational level right now? And if it is a hindrance, what can we do to make sure money is not a hindrance so that we can make the swim center functional by the time we decide about the long-term plan to have a brand new swim center? That's my question, first one. And I know two items, the library hours and the senior center hours, they were very much in focus for several meetings on this topic. It would be good if you can elaborate the plans, if you can, to bring back the library hours to pre-COVID as well as the senior center hours to the pre-COVID, and what steps as a budget director as well as a city is taking to focus on those. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions, so Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. If I take it correctly, on slide 10, we still need to address $5.2 million to balance the budget in year 2, and I think that you will probably come up with things in the future, not necessarily going to be addressed here. I just want to make sure that I'm accurate there. On slide 14, we talk about federal stimulus funds, $26 million. And I just want to be clear, is that the ARPA, the America Recovery Plan Act funds, the $26 million that went to police and fire salaries? Also, when we talk about community services, parcel tax, library and community, you said neighboring cities have this, and it requires a 2/3 vote. We also talked about general obligation bonds, and I know that general obligation bonds come in several different flavors. But, when we talk about supporting the International Swim Center, would we have limited bonds or unlimited bonds that would go to maintaining? How do we put this to maintenance? Because maintenance has been one of the biggest problems that we've had. And there are other things that also need maintaining, such as, I keep bringing it up, Triton Museum. It's coming up on its 40th year, and we don't seem to have a plan for that either. And since we're several years off, I'd like to, if we see it in our sites, think about that. Also have questions about increases to TOT, the transient occupancy tax. How does that affect tourism? I know at some point you can, increase the tax and get more revenue, but at some point, I think that there would be some kind of inflection where it would negatively show on the city, like our taxes would be too high. I think at some point, if we had a lot more in that area, we have something called the entertainment district, but there isn't really a lot of entertainment there right now. And I don't know that with what we have there, simply increasing TOT is going to be seen as a worthwhile to the people who pay the TOT, to the people that come to our city. Questions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to say increasing TOT, we did that already. It's not on the table. So I have a couple of questions, Ken. One, I think you mentioned in your document that the $5 million from the Santana West settlement, you're looking to put towards the interim housing project. But I thought that money, or a good majority of it, was already set aside for the Charities Housing Project on Lincoln and towards El Camino, right across from City Hall. So I was I was just confused about that. And I know that we're going to be talking about capital projects, including a new swim center, at some point as we get closer. That can only be on a November election. So there's going to be a lot of discussion about that. And so that's going to be part of the future, but within the next 2 years in terms of, I think we've already set aside money for potential ballot measures for November. In this budget, I'm pretty sure I just want to confirm, we've set aside money for the ballot measures for that, because I've always been advocating that we don't build it where it is now, because then it's going to be offline for like 5 years. So that it would be in a different location. And I think we have plans already in our Parks Department. We're further along than we thought. But what I don't see in the budget is some of the things we talked about this evening, which is I guess I'll call it more emergency issues for repairs and possible rentals of swimming pool facilities. And I know in our City School Liaison Committee, we've talked about, can we use the school districts, but they are saying they're not available for us at Santa Clara Unified School District. So we talked about the high school. So if it's not that district, other districts in terms of rentals. So I want to make sure that we have a line item in this budget for rentals, repairs, whatever we have to do. I remember, I think it was at Levi Stadium, they lifted a pool in and put it in. There was like a portable pool. Didn't we do some swim thing there in the very beginning in the first year? Oh no, it was a hockey rink, I think. But I know that they can put pools in stadiums, so we ought to figure out how we can get it back, because we need to. We need to for the young athletes and the swim lessons and that. So is there something in our budget for that? If not, how can we set aside? And what's the proper amount? I don't know, at what point. It'd be nice to do it now, tonight, so that we can show the community that we're listening and we have the money available. And it's more likely it's going to be, rentals that have to be close by for the ease of the parents and others. And then you said something about putting in extra money for HR recruitment. I think that we have so many positions that we're recruiting for that, I don't want a logjam in our HR department, which probably is already because of the need we have in the community and how long it takes to vet employees coming in. So I want to make sure that we have enough funds available to assist our HR department in the hiring, so we can open our senior center and open our libraries and get more police officers and, all the way down the line. So, but I think you mentioned something. So those are my questions. Councilmember Chahal? Was your light on, or did you have another question?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I did. One question was, I was going for statistics point of view. Our TOT taxes historically or going forward, have we analyzed that when we have good activities at the convention center as well as at the concerts at the stadium, the TOT taxes go up? Like, did we ever analyze that? I know you may not have answer to that, but I would like historically, what is the impact of those activities to our TOT taxes down the line? In future, you can get back to me. Thank you.
I think we might have done that before we put the TOT on the ballot. We might have that, well, at least it's pre-pandemic-ish. Okay, all right, so that's it. I'm going to give you time for that. I'm going to go, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the public. And the hearing is open. If anyone would like to comment on any item in our budget, please come forward. Anyone here? Welcome.
Karen Cornwell again. You asked a couple of questions and I have a few answers. The Mission Viejo pool was renovated, refurbished, not rebuilt, for $21 million over the course of about 18 months total, and is now back to its world-class facility. So that's just a data point that might be useful. And being able to get water from any sources, the universities, that would really be a fantastic help. Thank you.
Thank you. Could look into Mission Viejo. It's a lot cheaper than what we were planning on. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward if you have something you'd like to say or advocate for. No one? Okay, do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Director Lee, I don't know if you got, hey, it's only 50 questions tonight, not the 250 we gave you before.
First off, thank you for the kind words to our team. Definitely appreciate the kind words and the strong work. And so I will tee off and answer as many questions as I can, and I'm sure if there's some more specific answers from either the parks or libraries around pools and hours, they'll come and we'll tag team. And so hopefully we'll address all the questions. So first question, Councilmember Becker asked about what's the timeline? What does it take to put a GO bond on the November 24 ballot? And staff is feeding me answers and officially working with the Register of Voters about 88 to 113 days to put something on the ballot. I think for something like a GO bond, there would be some significant education that would happen to the community regarding what that measure means. And so our recommendation, and as far as the timeline, would be to come back to you later this fall for some of the initial decisions on what measures that the council is interested in pursuing. From that point, we would contract with a team, both a survey team as well as a consultant team, to help guide us through, as we've done in the last couple measures, to make sure that we maximize the potential for success for some of those measures and definitely educate the public in terms of what they mean. And so there was at least one question as far as which election date. I think Councilmember Watanabe asked about March, and typically tax measures like these need to go on the general election in November. So a special election in March is not usually feasible with regards to measures like these. There's some limitations if it's a special tax and there's a declared emergency that jurisdictions sometimes place revenue measures on a March ballot, but typically they go in the November timeframe. And in many cases, measures like this, to guarantee the maximum turnout, they align it with presidential elections. So that's why November 2024 really is a key point. And so some of that decision point would be before you later this in the fall, and then from there at least a one-year process to get a consultant team, make some of the decisions, vet, community outreach and some of the ballot language for those measures and this, respective rebuttals. And so there's a lengthy process that would start with a decision point this fall. With regards to the swim center, there were some questions about what would it take to rebuild, what would it take to maintain. And so, we've had varying estimates on a replacement swim center, anywhere from $30 to over $100 million of funding that would be required to design and construct either a pool in place or one next to it, so that the length of downtime would be minimized. And so any kind of project that size would require a significant infusion of one-time money, such as through a bond. But of course, there are other options as far as opportunities if there were ongoing revenue streams. There's bonding that could occur, but what for a project that size and for the number of needs across the city, a GO bond is really something that many other cities use as a means to get that significant one-time influx. As far as maintenance, and I'll just talk generally about capital maintenance. I know Councilmember Park asked about you build it, but you also need money to maintain it. And so many cities have dedicated funding sources that are allocated for capital projects to maintain it, not just the swimming pools, but our parks, our streets, our infrastructure across the city. And so many of those other revenue items that I've listed, those are items, for example, documentary transfer tax in neighboring cities use that and by policy allocate those specifically to capital needs. Other cities have a significant storm fee for storm infrastructure. Currently, those projects are funded in our general fund. And so there are opportunities that we would bring forward as part of any kind of a ballot initiative. And then, of course, the concept of planning and making sure that we don't run into this in the future. So having strong principles around our capital budgeting process and being disciplined to make sure we're setting aside a sinking fund for future capital needs. So those are all strategies that we're aware of and can bring forward and talk about in terms of maintaining the infrastructure that we build. There were some questions about the library hours and senior center hours, and I just want to point out that in attachment 5, we do list out on page 2 and 3 some very specific hours that are where we're at today. And so for the senior center, 40 hours per week, and come actually very shortly here, July 10th, those hours are planning to expand to 52 hours a week at the senior center, and then in the fall, even beyond that to close to 60 hours. And then the swimming pool at the senior center, respective hours included in the document. But as we are successful with hiring and recruitment, definitely there is a significant specific planning effort underway to expand those hours. And of course, subject to change as we continue through that hiring process and look at where demand might be highest. In the area of our libraries, I know there's a lot of community interest in expanding hours and working with Director Wong. A plan here to go from 28 or 32 hours, depending on the branch, to 48 hours in the fall, and that again assumes successful recruitment of both a full-time and as-needed staff to staff those locations. And again, as planning continues, some of those hours might change, but as far as the latest information that we have, at least for the public, that was included in the document here. And there was a question of getting back to even beyond that pre-COVID hours, and I know there were some impacts in prior budgets, and so as there's capacity either through the forecast or through other revenue options, we would bring back a prioritized list of restoring some of those reductions from a prior budget. But again, our focus here is with the budget and funding in place to expand hours significantly, and those are detailed in the attachment. So just for the public, I wanted to make sure that that was clear, that some of those details were included in the document before you. Then there was some questions around some of the slides, and so I know I mentioned that there's a $5.2 million gap on slide 10, and so I just want to be clear that this budget before you is a balanced two-year budget, and so what we're looking at for that gap is beyond. So in that starting in that third year, we're still forecasting a $5 million deficit. We revise that forecast every year, so to the extent some of those revenues may outperform or things change, we'll bring back on an annual basis what that number is. But the budget before you is a two-year balanced budget. With regards to the bullet on the stimulus dollars, we did receive $26 million of one-time stimulus dollars. That was part of about $90 million of one-time solutions that in a prior budget, because of COVID impacts, we brought before the council. We did use those stimulus dollars to balance those prior budgets, to preserve services. And so that's what that bullet just highlights, some of the one-time sources that were used beyond the budget stabilization reserve. The comment or questions around the two-thirds vote versus the majority plus one vote, and typically for geo bonds and for the library parcel tax. Those are tax measures that would be dedicated for very specific purposes. And so in general, when in the ballot, they're allocated for specific purposes that requires a 2/3 vote. There have been successful 2/3 votes for geo bonds and parcel taxes in the county, in the region. And so that's where very specific both language in the ballot as well as education would be required to get some of those numbers up to past that goal. But even beyond that, some of the items on that revenue list that I did show, some of those taxes, if they were general taxes in nature, that would require 50% plus one. But then by policy, the council could choose to allocate some of those dollars as well. So there's a different threshold based on requirements in the ballot language and the type of tax. Just some clarification around our transient occupancy tax. So the voters in November 2020 passed a 4% capacity that by council ordinance and resolution could adjust. We did in prior budgets adjust that TOT by 2%. And so this budget and some of the outreach that was done and assumptions assume the remaining 2% capacity over a phased-in approach. And so some of the responses, acknowledgement by the hotels during that outreach process is, it would put us above the midpoint, but well below the top. I think Palo Alto is at the top end, but still within the range of many of our neighboring cities. And so our TOT primarily is driven by, in the past, it was business travel, very full hotels, high rates, high occupancy rates, as well as room rates. Some of that has shifted with Zoom, with Teams, online meetings, but still a significant portion is related to travel around businesses, around conventions, around events. We work with our destination marketing organization around some of that data. We don't specifically track by event. I understand that's a significant process in surveying when those events occurs. So I'll continue to work with both manager staff as well as that organization to see what information we have in terms of understanding the analytics of when an increase occurs and what that impact could be on businesses. There was a question, Mayor, you had a question on the Santana West money, and so I do want to make sure it's clear that in this budget, the money that was allocated, I believe, for that Civic Center Drive project is still allocated to that project. There's a technical funding shift just between sources that are allowable, and so for I believe the Benton project and what sources could be used. And so working with the Community Development Department, our housing program director, creatively shifting some of those sources around to maintain that project as well as find funding for that Benton project. So those technical adjustments moves money around 3 different housing funds, but are included in this budget based on that prior council action. Then there was a question about line items in the budget for both elections as well as rentals and pools, and I want to talk a little bit about elections. We do allocate a pot of money for elections every 2 years when we have council district elections and general ballot initiatives. The actual cost, we work very closely with the assistant city clerk in terms of the actual cost will depend on how many measures there are in a typical year. It will depend on how many measures our city puts on. If there is a need for additional funds, we'll come back with those amendments. But right now, we do have an allocation, a line item for elections for November 2024. We may come back separately based on that fall decision making if there's an allocation needed for some of the consultants needed to do outreach. And we typically like to wait for council action on that before we allocate some of those dollars. So we'll bring back funding recommendations in the future for consultants if that's approved. With regards to our the potential for funding for rental of pools and or partnerships, city manager's office fed me some information. We are doing outreach with some of our neighboring cities, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, as well as the school districts. There is a line item in here for grants and community grants. That could be one option that's used if there's a partnership that's developed and some funding is needed around a partnership or rental of facilities. And then as you know, working with, I don't know if there's additional detail by either the Parks and Recreation Director or City Manager's Office staff. As some of those conversations continue, if there is a different need in terms of what's allocated in the budget, we would come back. But there is money allocated specifically through our grant program for rentals and/or partnerships. There was a question about HR recruitment, and based on feedback in the last council meeting and working with our City Manager's Office and HR Director, there is a recommendation that $50,000 be allocated from current year department funds. The director had some savings, so she recommended to carry over some of those funds for recruitments. It would include outreach, creative outreach, as well as outside recruitments. And of course, there's a significant workload. We believe that's a sufficient amount. And of course, if something changes, if there's a different need, we would come back before you for that. But that's the recommendation, at least regarding recruitment. I believe that was all the questions, but if I missed anything, please do remind me and to respond.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. No further questions I have for you. This is the appropriate time where we can.
Oh, well, let's wait then. There's
Okay.
questions. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. I think we missed the part of it for maintaining the swim center right now. Do we have enough money to do that? And what time frame are we looking at versus building a new one so that at least we can make attempts of using the swim center at a shorter period of time?
Yeah, sure. So I'll share what I know, and then if others have more information, welcome their tag team on that. What I understand is there is a study underway to evaluate the existing swim center as it is and determine what's needed at that facility. And I think some of those results will help inform what's needed. I know some of the infrastructure that's causing it to be closed are significant in nature, so it's more than just $100,000 or $200,000 to fix. It's significant safety-related infrastructure. I think the outcome of that study would help inform it. So it's beyond a small amount with regards to maintenance to get it going. And I don't know if there's any other comment you might have on that.
Thank you, Ken. Just a couple of additional notes. So we will be doing a forensic study for the swim center to determine kind of what condition it's in and kind of what needs to be done to be able to keep it going for a longer period of time, if that's possible. In addition to that, we kind of heard that the council letting us know a couple of items that they'd like to see in the earlier conversation, and including communication and to get the swim center going again. The parts have been ordered. There's been issues getting those parts. Haven't been part of that process, but I can tell you getting parts pretty much for anything, it's been difficult lately. But we'll provide an update to the community as to where that's at. With regards to funding, I think Ken did add already that we are already coordinating with other jurisdictions in the school district to see if there are pool rentals we can do. I think we would try to use that community grant that's already in place, but if not, we'll come back for additional funding as needed. As part of that process, we can also work with the staff at the Parks and Rec and Jim and his team to see if there's additional funding just for maintenance, just to keep it going beyond the parts that they're doing now, just for the rest of this summer. So if there's any council action needed for additional funding for that we currently don't have, we will take that action at that time as well.
So my point on that is, I think what we heard from the community is there is a communication gap. They are not getting proper information. It's closed for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or why it's closed. I think we need to increase that communication with our community so that we can put a right expectation to them that, hey, this is what it is, and here we stand, basically. So if we can communicate with them.
Yeah, and I apologize if I wasn't clear at the beginning. One of the first steps we do want to do is increase that communication, and even if we can't have a specific date or a time frame because we're also working with vendors, at least let the community know that these are the steps we have taken so far, and this is the time frames we're seeing to be able to get the pools back in place. So we'll definitely start doing that and add additional information to the website and also direct information to the swim club.
Thank you.
So I'd like to see, so we have the swim center, International Swim Center, Mary Gomez and Warburton pools, the three, is that it that we have? And most of them are down, or they're down at certain times. And so I think that, I don't know, what action this would take because we may not be prepared this evening, but if a report is brought back to see what immediate action we can take, whether it's, and it's more likely securing other pools so that they can be back on, or increasing the hours of any pool that we have that's working, increasing the hours of swim for those pools as well. But at least to get them online, because if we're looking at a report of the condition of the International Swim Center, we can almost all write that report. It's old and it's hard to get parts and it's a mess. So and it needs replacing. But what can we do to get them going immediately? And do you need council action for that? Or as part of when the budget's approved, that's part of the motion? Or I don't know what you need to get, because I know we have a community grant, but I think it's like $10,000. It's not very much. So it's going to take more than that to secure other spaces and to reach out to, Santa Clara University and all these other places that run their own swim program. So I don't know, City Manager, tell us how we would achieve this.
And I think the city attorney would like something to add. Just to start off, we have started the coordination to see what's available. I think that's going to be the first step, and to fully understand the availability and the cost associated with it. I think talking to the city attorney, once we have those details, we prefer to bring it back.
Yeah, I'm thinking bringing it back.
With those items, and we'll work on that really quickly. As I mentioned, the team's already started that communication to see what might be available.
I see them securing pools as we speak. Yeah.
No pressure.
No pressure.
And Madam Mayor, I don't know that any formal action's necessary. I'm seeing the general consensus from the council, and I think staff's understanding what you're expecting from them, and so they'll come back with report and options, at the next available meeting as soon as that's sorted out.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I did hear the comment about the other pools. We do have Montague, we have Warburton, we have Mary Gomez, and I'm concerned. I noticed that our Director of Parks and Recreation was online. I don't know if he still is. Maybe he's a better one to ask some of these questions of, rather than asking for the interim city manager and the Director of Finance, because he is online. Is he allowed to say this under a budget? Because we are looking at our operating budget, and this is an operating budget reality.
Yeah, of course, Councilmember, and Jim, if you would like to add some additional detail or feedback to what we discussed, that would be great. And there's Jim.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council and Community. Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. Specifically to the point, do we have sufficient funds in our operating budget starting July 1 to do necessary repairs and maintenance? We have the staff, and we have sufficient funds at the start of every fiscal year. The department heads usually given the okay to spend what we need to. That said, it's always under the limit of, I think it's 250,000 is what the city manager has signatory authority up to. And so any item or contract item or change in contract that goes above that then has to come back for council approval, unless that has been delegated to the city manager. So as Assistant City Manager, Acting City Manager Pineda mentioned, and City Attorney, we do bring on an annual basis, items during the summer, the council break. So we could list a couple of items under that if needed. But at this time, we are taking care of the expenses for regular maintenance. And that would be regular maintenance. Again, all of our pools, we have 11 bodies of water at 5 sites. One of the ones not mentioned was the Senior Center and Auditorium. All of our pools are over 25 years old. Some of them go on up to almost 60 years old. So we're talking about aged infrastructure. In 2017, we brought forward the Kitchell report. Basically said that our aged infrastructure, just the ISC alone at that time, was about $24 million. And the other thing that I would like to make mention is, as we go about doing major repairs, replacements in the pools, sometimes the extent of the repairs may trigger additional code upgrades. Again, on aged infrastructure, that can add a significant amount of cost. Again, as I already mentioned, I don't want to, beat it to death, but, we have talked about having, to find and procure parts that need to be basically designed and manufactured and then shipped. When you're trying to work on a car while it's driving, sometimes that's not the best way of doing it. You got to literally pull it off the road, put it in the shop, and have it worked on. So we're down into the guts of our various pools. As far as Mary Gomez, that's a pool replaster project, and with all construction and other things, we're hoping that the contractor is able to start the work in the July, end of July, early August time frame, and it's just a matter of availability of their workers. So sometimes, we have to wait on our contractors to come in and to do the work. I think there was, I think that answered the maintenance and the operational. We did talk about sometimes bringing, that code upgrades may also be required. Oh, operating permits, water quality is one of the issues. Water temperature, and then our not just operating permit, but code compliance, and then we also have structural issues, and so health and safety of the public is our number one concern. And so as soon as we're able to bring any of the pools back into function, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. All right, I just want to reiterate that we want a very quick solution to the immediate problem, and then we'll work on the longer term solution with a potential bond measure or other funding source, a PPP source or something like that. So there'll be further discussions on the long-term effect, but what can we do in the short term is the issue. Vice Mayor Park.
So I just wanted to add a couple of comments about the swim center. I mean, it's not just a maintenance issue. The design of the pool itself is very old. I mean, it's not considered a fast pool because of the side gutter design, the way that, the pool was, probably one of the best many years ago, but now it's not considered that. And when we look at the heating system, one of the reasons that the pool is out of commission now, I believe, is because of the heating system. And the heating system is not something that we just can repair over and over and over again. I think that at some point, we're getting to the point where the heating system needs to be replaced, which is essentially a rebuild of major components of that pool. We're not ADA compliant. The dive pool and tower, I don't want to even talk about that, or the roof. And I was told that there was a swim center master plan some time ago, which spec'd 2 pools and maybe even a smaller pool, including a dive pool. And I think one of the reasons was the way we can require funding, which is if our plan has 2 pools in it, then we could build 1 pool to bring it up to spec. And then after that pool is built, we could refurbish or rebuild the second pool. But I guess I want to hear more than just rumors of these kinds of master plans. I want to hear, I would like staff to kind of present to City Council, this is how we're going to do it, right? This is what we're going to do, or these are the options that we'd like to see the city consider. But I've been here for 3 years now, and I've been talking to the International Swim Club, to the Santa Clara Swim Club every single year that I've been here. And we've been talking, I've talked to Director Teixeira as well. We've toured the pools, and to be honest, I just haven't seen anything done with the pools here. And I just want to see something a little bit more concrete than we're working on that. I almost want to see what we're working on. And I keep bringing up things like Triton Museum. Like we were visited in January by Wayne Barcelon and Darlene Zhang. the original architects of the Trenton Museum. We learned a lot about Trenton Museum. And again, they told us, we're coming up 36 years, 37 years on 40 years of Trenton Museum. And it's another thing that it's going to require. I mean, I don't know if people have seen the baffles, that open up, that let light in. It's an amazing thing. And to lose that to disrepair, I think that would be tremendous loss. But I just don't see any plan that we have to maintain the Triton Museum, right? And this is only 2 projects that I know about in the city. I know that there's like $500 million worth of projects that are also going unfunded because we just haven't thought about them. And I feel that rather than think about them because they've broken down, I'd like to get ahead of that so that what's happened to the International Swim Center won't happen to any other valuable asset to this city. Right? I mean, it's one of those things, if you don't know how to maintain it, I mean, people say this about pets, if you don't know how to take care of the pet, don't get the pet. And I feel very strongly about that. We're losing lots of things. We lost the BMX track. We lost so many things in the city because we didn't really think through the cost of the actual cost of ownership, which includes maintenance. And if we're not going to include the maintenance, then I almost feel like we should save ourselves the heartbreak in the future and spend it on something that we know how to maintain or doesn't require that kind of upkeep. Thank you.
There was, a few years ago, there was major community outreach on the swimming pools, International Swim Center. There was different plans. There was, a bunch of community outreach. I'm surprised people didn't know about that at the community center, and twice we did it. And so we have all that information that was very well vetted in the community, and then things happened, the bond didn't happen, the pandemic happened, we didn't poll well, but the staff did a tremendous amount of work with community input on the swim center. So I think dust them off, bring them back, and remind the community of the options that we had. And that's going to be its very own study sessions. There's going to be a lot of them because it's going to be a lot of community input on this, just like we had last time before everything crashed on us. So, all right, so we don't have to take any action on the swim center. You've heard us loud and clear. We need something immediately, and we'll work on the long-term new swim center. Because the bond won't just include a swim center. We want, it's going to have to include, many other things that are, the community's interested in funding. So, Councilmember Becker, your light's on. Are you ready to make a motion?
Yep, well, first I'd like to make some comments before I make the motion.
Sure.
It's appropriate time now. Sorry, everyone, for trying to earlier. But it gets down to, I think Councilmember Park said it over and over again. I've been here for 3 years as well. It just seems to be the same pattern. Pools are closed. I heard it before I was even on the council. There's significant issues. And to me, I think it's unacceptable. There's no blame on staff, no blame on anybody who works here in the city. This is just the way the cookie crumbled. This is the poor governance of the past that we really didn't plan for the future. But the reality is kids need an escape. Seniors need the activities and their actual routine. And as I said, it's unacceptable, and I really kind of like what the mayor's recommendation was getting these on board as quickly as possible. I think we shouldn't have to partner with anybody. We should figure out the easiest, cost-effective solution to fixing these things, to then going forward and hopefully getting a bond measure in the future. I know the summer right now, it doesn't feel like summer completely outside. I know the sizzle is supposed to be getting going here probably in the next week or two. We usually have late summers. And so I think this is when it's going to be really kind of the need. And if we can get those online quicker, hopefully by August would be perfect, because it would probably make our community happy. And I would be happy to do anything if you guys needed any other approvals. I think you said over $250,000. Bring it back. I would be happy to support that, because as the mayor said, it needs to get going. And again, unacceptable, but it's no blame on staff. You guys work so hard to get where we are right now. There's no blame on you. As it comes to the bond measure, I do want to see that in the 2024 election. in November, and I'm glad, Ken, you elaborated more on the need for the general election, because I think, it's cost effective. At the same time, we don't know what we're doing in March of 2024, and I think some comments that were made here, we're assuming that something's going to happen in March 2024 before it even happened. I know that you had some questions, responses here for Measure M, passed a few years ago, and that this is basically a policy decision, and I really encourage my colleagues in the future that we do look at this policy again, not just to have dispensaries in our city, but manufacturing, grow houses, and I know there's the security issues, but we should really kind of implement that they take care of their own security. Could be money that goes towards our police department, which is what Measure M was meant to be for, and I think that would be beneficial to help free up a little bit more money for our community. Other than that, I hear a lot about where we were going to build this swim center, the International Swim Center. I know that we should be building it on our own property. I think that's more cost effective as well. I know that there's an empty field right next door to it. I think that would be perfect to duplicate the swim center there and then replace what was in the former swim center as a parking lot or a field. I know that before there was a plan, and I remember seeing those council meetings, but that was like the Taj Mahal. This was like another Levi's Stadium. It was just too big, too vast, and a lot of people didn't like it. Seeing what we have now, a replication of that would probably be the simplest and most cost-effective way of doing that. But I would like to make the motion to accept staff's recommendation. I just want to see us have those pools up and running because it is summer and it is a major need. And one of the questions I did have, which is, if you can answer that really quickly, or maybe staff can answer, which is, when we have certain upgrades we need to have done, I know the winter we probably won't have a lot of people in the pool. Is there a reason why we don't do a lot of these during the winter? Is it just because of weather, or is it because of, I know plastering, maybe it has to be done in the summer, but can you maybe elaborate or give me some feedback on that?
So Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation, will give you the simple response is that we do have scheduled periodic maintenance during lower use times during the year. And so we'll continue to do that.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Well, then I have my motion, which is to accept staff's recommendation for 5A. Do I have to do 5B2, or is that going to be separate?
Attorney, I was going to ask you, is accepting recommendation sufficient, or does he have to read out 1 through 5?
I'm happy to read it.
Because we're also in the appropriations limit, but that's a separate, 5B is a separate separate vote. So what would you
I
suggest?
come from a different approach and pattern and practice on some of these things. And I'll check with the city clerk as I'm advising you to see if she nods at me. I do not think you need to read out every item under your recommendation on 5A, but we are asking you to act on 5A and 5B separately.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just for 5A.
That's perfect.
I'll second that motion for 5A.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Hardy, your light's on.
Thank you for all your work, though, staff. Appreciate your work.
I was going to make the motion, but I will just tell Jim Teixeira, I'm sorry I left out the senior center pool. My daughter was the second manager of that, and so I do know there's a pool there.
It's great. Motion and a second. I just have to make a comment because we had a city school liaison committee meeting and the school district talked about all their capital projects that they were going to do over the summer. And they had a whole long list, and they do all of this in like 2.5 months. And I was thinking, how did they do that? How can we do that as well? It's amazing what they do in a short period of a summertime. So anyways, we have to find out what their secret is.
And if I may add, they're also repairing 2 of their swimming pools.
Yeah.
So we tried that.
We tried to get
they
them.
said we don't have a bandwidth to accommodate you because they're repairing their 2 swimming centers.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote on staff recommendation.
Yes or no?
It was there, but yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Unanimous approval. Thank you on the budget. Thank you very much. All right, next we'll do 5B, and then I'm going to ask for a short break. 5B, action establishing the city's fiscal year 2023-24 appropriations limit of $628,493,798 pursuant to Article 13B of the California State Constitution. Is this a public hearing, City Attorney? I don't think it is, but just.
Madam Mayor, no, the items were taken up and presented together. You may want to
Right.
check to see if there's anyone who wants to comment separately on it.
No, of course I will, but I didn't
Yeah.
know if it's an official public hearing.
It is not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so are there questions on this item? I have two hands, no questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a statement or ask a question on this item? I see none in the council chambers. Do we have anyone online? Okay, seeing none online, Councilmember Hardy.
I was willing to make the motion for staff recommendation of adopting the resolution establishing the city's fiscal year appropriations pursuant to the California State Constitution.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second on that item. I don't see any other hands for discussion, so City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, may I request that we move item 7 up before 6 when we return from our break?
Okay, that's fine. And we are going to take a break now, and it's 9:41. We'll say 10 o'clock. We've had staff sitting for a long time. Thank you. We'll be back at 10 p.m. Thank you. Take their seats, please. Thank you. We're now on item number 7, note and file the resolutions of the Salary Setting Commission establishing as unchanged the salary for the positions of mayor and council and city clerk, and increasing the salary for the position of police chief to $345,060 annually, and action to adopt a resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified elected salary plan for the position of police chief for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see our HR Director, Arcelia Acevedo, is already ready to do a short introduction to the item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Arcelia Acevedo, Director of Human Resources. The Salary Setting Commission is responsible for setting the salaries for the positions of mayor, council member, city clerk, and police chief. During the months of February through May, they met on several occasions. They reviewed information, discussed the salaries, and then approved 3 resolutions. The report before you includes the 3 resolutions that the commission approved. For the mayor and council members, as well as the city clerk, they kept the salaries as unchanged for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. And for the position of police chief, they increased the salary by 10% to $345,060. They also, for the police chief, will keep the benefits as those provided to the unclassified police management 9A bargaining group, and they also froze the leave balances for the position. The second item on your report includes the pay plan that updates the salary for the police chief as approved by the Salary Setting Commission. With that, I'm available to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
I have a curious question of why, any reason why they didn't consider increasing city clerk, mayor, and council salaries? Was there any specific reasons? Because it's almost been 10 years, so I'm expecting that they would probably give raises every 10 some years.
So the discussion did consider the city's fiscal situation at the time. We did have the budget director come in and give a presentation on the fiscal situation. So they considered that. We also did a survey, a total compensation survey for other neighboring agencies that have a part-time council. So they considered that information. And then after the discussion, they decided then to maintain the salary as the status quo.
Okay. I have further comments, but I'll yield for other questions.
Okay, any other questions from the City Council? Members?
I'm trying to get this.
Councilmember Hardy, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering, and who is on this Salary Setting Commission, and how is that chosen?
So the salary setting commissioners are appointed by the Civil Service Commission. There's 5 members. At the beginning, when they were considering the salaries for the council members and the city clerk, we only had 3 members. We did do a recruitment. It was an ongoing recruitment. We had the Civil Service Commission had appointed a 4th. Unfortunately, that person withdrew because they were not able to attend the meetings in person. Then there was another person that was appointed but did not attend any of the meetings. So the commission held its business with only 3 members, so we had to have a unanimous vote on all items. And the recruitment is still ongoing for the 2 remaining positions that are vacant.
Okay, any other council questions? If not, we have Brian from the public. Go ahead, Brian, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember my first quote unquote salary at 75 cents in per furniture. But these fine people are well worth it. I'm just saying that because back in the the mid 70s to now, it's like how much of this has changed, and you find people really try to explain it to us, and I just find it amazing how things have grown. But I think these fine people are worth it, and I just want to offer that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Brian. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? I don't see any more. Do you, City Clerk? All right, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. If there are no additional comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to note and file the resolutions of the Salary Setting Commission. Do I need to add anything to that, City Attorney? Or is that enough?
And adopt the resolution.
There's a resolution to approve the amended salary schedule to reflect the change. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I will be supporting Councilmember Watanabe's motion because I feel it's the right thing to do. It's pretty straightforward. But I do have kind of one comment, which is about, when they did ignore the city council, city clerk, and mayor roles, that I hope that in the future that maybe, since the last time they did the raises, I think it was 2016, and I think before that was a very, very long time. So I hope that they consider in the future that maybe every 10 years that they consider giving raises to like 2026, 2036, just because of the cost of living and inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
Yes, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. So I actually don't mind that the city council and the city clerk and the mayor didn't receive any increases. When I look at the salaries of other cities, I think that some of the cities around us, their council members, which are part-time council members, make on the order of $600 a month. They're about a third of what we make here in this city. To be honest, I don't look at the salary that I make in the city as my living wage. That's why I'm part of the working class and I have another job. That said, the number of hours that people put on here, like I will say, and I've got documentation to prove it, I put in about 20 to 40 hours on city council depending on the week. I do make time. I'm one of the only council members I know that actually comes to city council to focus in my office on residential issues. I think that the residents will note, the ones that call me directly or the ones that email me directly. I do try to respond to every single one of them. That said, city clerk is largely I don't want to say ceremonial, but we basically removed all of the responsibilities of the city clerk to the point where we have the assistant city clerk who is actually doing the job of the city clerk. And that being the case, I understand why the city clerk gets paid the city clerk's salary, which is, I think, on par with slightly lower than council members. But, except for 1 or 2 meetings a year, I don't know how many times I've seen the city clerk at a city meeting. That said, it brings me down to the elected police chief. Now, the elected police chief, I remember, and we had a lot of comments about this at the previous city council meeting, but the elected police chief, I think this is the first time in the history of Santa Clara that we've had a police chief who is not the acting head of the department. Right. And I think that at some point, we need to think about what that means. Like, I would like to ask staff, what is the role of the elected police chief when it comes to running the police department? And, what is that role? I've been told many things. I've been told that it is a ceremonial position. and that the people that run the police department are actually the assistant police chiefs. When we look at the elected police chief up until recently was a sergeant. And I think that when the elected police chief was running for police chief against an opponent, sergeant was in fact the level of the current police chief at that time. And when we look at the requirements for running the police department, that's 4 levels below the police chief. And when we give a 10% raise, now I want people to consider this. This is a 10% raise to someone who is, acting ceremonial, supported by the POA, understood, but where we elevated another police officer to a second assistant police chief role so that we can have a well-run police department. I think we have to think about that. We have to think about what that means. I think I was told that the salary setting commission was told about all these things, and yet they still said. So I just want verification, validation that they were told that yes, it is largely a ceremonial role, and in this largely ceremonial role, making a full salary, they still gave not just a cost of living increase, but a 10% increase to $345,000 a year. Just clarifications. Thank you.
Go ahead, Araceli.
So back to the police chief, the commission was given the information regarding each classification below the police chief. The question was asked, and we did provide on the record that the staff below the police chief is under the appointing authority of the city manager. The city manager does do the performance appraisals for the assistant police chiefs. The police chief did come in and provide public comment and mention that there's a dotted line relationship. And he can, I don't know if he's still here, but he can probably speak to the day-to-day role that he does in the police department. But we did provide information on the minimum requirements of each position, the salary information for each of the positions, information regarding compaction. All of that was presented to the Salary Setting Commission for consideration.
So thank you very much. I think it's par for the course, Vice Mayor Park, that you wait until the people that you're attacking are not in the audience. The attack on the city clerk, the police chief being ceremonial. I don't know when ever our elected police chief in Santa Clara has been ceremonial. The city manager always has final say on the appointments of the assistant police chief and other hirings and promotions. That's always been the case over the history of Santa Clara. There's nothing new. But to denigrate our police chief by saying he's strictly ceremonial is something that you just made up. And I think it's really cowardly that you say these things, these negative things about our elected police chief and the things you've said about our department, the things you say about our city clerk. And I think you think that's okay, and it's not okay, and it's really unprofessional. And I just think that it's a 10% raise over 2 years. And I think that based on what our police chief does in running the department, and every elected chief we have has run their department, that it's a well-earned raise. I think the salary setting committee got it right. And based on the police department and what we've asked of them and what we are going to ask of this police chief for the events that we have in this city is well worth it. And I just think it's so wrong that you attack, but you wait until they're not here to say this. I think it's so cowardly, and I needed to say that about you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. You said a couple of things I wanted to say as well. But what I would like to just add is that I would suggest that if anybody has on this dais has any concerns or questions about the role of the Salary Setting Commission and how they make these decisions, I would suggest you go back and you watch the Salary Setting Commission meeting. It's online. It's available to listen to. I actually listened to it this afternoon. And go back and listen to the last two meetings. And there is a full description along with exhibits as to how the commission came to the decisions that they did. As Araceli said, the chief was at the meetings as well, answered their questions, and it was very, very thorough. And I agree. It was elaborated about how the police chief has not had an increase in salary over the last 2 years, whereas the bargaining units, they have met, they've had their raises, and and it was all disclosed in public based on the numbers. It's very similar to what the chief is now, or what the committee approved for the chief over a 2-year period. So it was very educational and answered a lot of questions, and I suggest anybody that has any concerns go back and listen to the Salary Setting Commission meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is listed for discussion for the City Council. And Mayor, your comments that Councilmember Park is cowardly is not acceptable, basically. He's raised a point for discussion, and he raised a point of discussion. Whether you agree with the question, I agree with him or not agree with him, but you can't call him cowardly, because everyone has a right to ask question, and the police chief, city clerk, or we as a council member involved in this item, we have a right to rebut it if we want to. We have a right to discuss about it. But telling him that he's taking a chance that when nobody's here, that's not his fault. If they can be here, they can be participating on Zoom, but calling your own colleague as cowardly and picking up these points, I think it's not justifiable. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park.
I just want to say that I'm taking up the item as it comes in front of council. I did not wait for anything. In fact, there's no way I could have waited for anything. I'm taking it as it comes in front of council. In fact, I was a little bit surprised. I saw that the elected police chief was in the audience earlier, and I fully expected him to stay for this item because I thought this was one of the items he would be staying for. Cowardly? I don't think so. I think that cowardly would be to sit here and say nothing. To say nothing when there's issues, like this, when there's questions like this. I think that it would be better. I would free myself from attack by you and from Councilmember Watanabe and others that will come here in the next meeting to attack me on what I said. I don't think that's cowardly at all. I don't think that's bold. I don't even think that's smart. I think that's just something that I feel I need to do. I'd like to ask city manager, what is the role of police chief? I'd like to know what that is. I've told that it's ceremonial. I'd like to know where the instruction from police chief comes in. I also know, I believe that we must approve the action to adopt a resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified elected salary plan for the business police chief for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. I believe that we must do that. That is something that's not, if we adjust the salary, we must tell people what the adjusted salary is. And that being the case, I'm sure that we have the votes on council, but I'm not sure what my vote will be because at some point, I feel that somebody needs to make a stand on what has happened here. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree there's a lot of concerns behind this. but I think Araceli pretty much explained it pretty simple, which is about compaction. And it's basically pretty straightforward. But I do disagree with the mayor's comments about cowardly. I do not think it is. I think Councilmember Park has been asking questions many people have had for a while. But I just don't think this is the time and place, and especially this item, to be debating this. There will be a moment and a time. So therefore, I would like to call the question.
Is there any other comments from anyone else? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I seem to recall a discussion about freedom of speech, and I think you exercised yours tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand by my comments. City Clerk, roll call vote, please. Or touch vote, please. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. All right, next item we have, the last item on the agenda is thank you, Araceli, very much, is the public hearing action on amendment to the City of Santa Clara General Plan readoption of the 2023 to 2031 housing element with revisions. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and Andrew Crabtree, Community Development Director, will be doing a presentation for you tonight. And I just want to acknowledge the amount of work and effort, team effort that's gotten to get to this point to respond to the questions and bring this item forward tonight. It's been a lot of work.
Thank you, Director Crabtree, and sorry for the lateness of the hour.
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I was reminded that when we were last in front of the council with the housing element, we started the hearing at 11:15. So at 10:20 today, we're ahead of schedule.
You had to say it, didn't you?
But as noted, we are asking the City Council tonight to approve a general plan amendment to adopt a modified version of the city's housing element for the 6th cycle housing element, which covers the years 2023 to 2031. Bit of background, as likely you are all aware, the housing element is a part of the city's general plan, and it's unique in that it is reviewed by the state in an 8-year cycle and must be approved by the state or certified by the state. The City Council did adopt the 6th cycle housing element on January 31st of this year, and then it was submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, for review. The city received a review letter on March 28th from HCD, indicating that revisions would need to be made to the city's housing element prior to HCD certification. So HCD gave specific direction on revisions to include in 5 sections of the housing element, which have all been listed and addressed in the attachments to the report to the City Council in detail. And in this report, I'll provide a summary of these revisions and highlighting some of the more significant ones. Since receiving the HCD comment letter at the end of March, city staff and our consultants have been working to prepare the revised housing element for the readoption by the City Council. We met twice with our HCD representative to review their comments and to also go over our proposed responses to those comments. And we have made every attempt to comprehensively respond to all of those comments and incorporate within the draft for your consideration tonight the response that we think meets the requests of HCD in terms of the contents. The Planning Commission reviewed and made recommendations to the City Council at a hearing on June 14th. And if the City Council tonight adopts the housing element, we will then resubmit it to the state, which will start another 60-day review period. So first, I'd like to speak to the sites inventory. And the sites inventory is part of the housing element that gets a lot of attention. This is where we identify land within the city of Santa Clara that can accommodate the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, which is a number through a process administered by the state that assigns to the city of Santa Clara and every other jurisdiction in California a specific number of housing units that we need to show we can accommodate in our general plan. In the case of Santa Clara, it's approximately 12,000 housing units that we need to show, and those are further assigned to different income categories in terms of affordability. And so we have approximately 7,000 of those distributed across income restricted categories. HCD also recommends that the site's inventory include a surplus of units between 15 and 30% in case development does not proceed as projected. I would note also that state law practice recognizes that the city is not the one that actually produces housing, so we're not required to actually produce the housing, but we're required to show that we have the capacity for it to be built. And the state does provide a fairly well-developed set of criteria for us, a methodology to follow in determining what is the capacity of the city. When we have different parcels based on the size of the parcel, the existing use, all of those come into consideration when we go through that process. The primary comment from HCD relative to the site's inventory was a request that we show our responses to our public comment letters. And we received several letters from one particular advocacy group, the Housing Action Coalition, or HAC, in which they've been questioning the viability of some of the properties that we've included in our site's inventory, as well as the methodology that we use to calculate the number of units that we expect to see developed on those sites. So in response, we've provided some additional documentation of the availability of sites. We've also removed some sites and added some additional ones to address those concerns. This table summarizes changes to one category of our sites inventory, which is pending and approved projects. So these are projects that are under construction and would be completed during the time period of the current housing element in question, or they've received a building permit or planning permit approval and they're considered in process. There's some changes to this from what you saw in January. I would say first, because of the time that's gone by since then, there have been more projects that have come into the pipeline, or in some cases, projects that were in the planning process, the developer applicant changed the number of units that they were intending to build as they kind of refined their design. So this summarizes those changes, and you see we have a little bit increase in the total number that are in the pipeline. This next table summarizes other categories of sites that we've included in our inventory and revisions to those. So after accounting for all those projects that are in process, we looked at remaining capacity in our general plan or specific plan areas. And so, for example, you see Tasman East focus area, no change here, but we looked at how many units would be available of the total that are being contemplated in that plan area after you take out the number that are already in the implementation process. And that's how we arrived at this number. We did not have any question relative to that in our public outreach, so it stayed as revised. The significant changes here, the most significant is Lawrence Station Area Plan, where there were 4 parcels that we had included. Actually, during the time period since January 31st, we received some fairly concrete communications from the property owner that they're interested in actually maintaining the existing industrial uses and expanding them. So based on that, we agreed to remove those from our site's inventory as being likely to redevelop within the next 8 years. We went back and looked at our accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and the projections for that, and updated that based on current trends and knowledge to have a slightly higher number. And then we added some properties along El Camino Real in our site's inventory. And it would be very clear that these are things that are in our current general plan. I know that we have, before the council in the future, consideration of a specific plan for the El Camino Real corridor that could add additional capacity, but we did not assume or presume any of that new capacity in our sites inventory. Really, we need to focus on things that are already in our general plan in order to meet the state's criteria. And so we did identify sites that have capacity under our current general plan, and we added those in to our inventory. So this table sort of summarizes overall what the inventory looks like by the different income groups. So you see columns for very low income, moderate income, and above moderate income, and the number of units, how they're distributed across those, kind of in the higher level categories that you see. And what I think is notable is that at the bottom you see that there's a surplus. As mentioned earlier, the state recommends that you have between a 15% and a 30% surplus, meaning you've identified additional sites above and beyond what your RENA number calls for. And so we've done that, and it's broken down here by income category as well. The very low income category is the most challenging, but even there, we're within the guidelines with 18%. So in response to, we did receive a letter from, as I mentioned, multiple letters from the HAC, but the most recent one that just came in about a week ago, and we respond to the specific issues, which are fairly limited in scope, but that were raised in that letter. In the first, there were two particular sites that they questioned as to their suitability. I'll refer to the first as Marriott Center site. This is one that's located within the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan area. And staff believes from our analysis, it meets the criteria of the state, that it's reasonable to include it in our sites inventory. The owner's representative of that, it is a site with multiple owners. It's an industrial condominium site, but the owners met and actually changed their CC&Rs. That was something the council approved as well, so that it would facilitate their participation in the planning process. They voted and helped to fund the planning process, and they gave us input on what residential designation they would like to have for their property. And throughout multiple meetings, they expressed that they had full intent to move forward with the residential development on the site. So it's very reasonable to include it within the site's inventory. And the second parcel is within the Lawrence Station Area Plan, 3450 Central Expressway. It's a property that currently has an industrial building with a tenant in it, and it's owned by the Sobrato organization. Staff made contact with the owner, and the owner confirmed that they're very open to residential redevelopment of the property, that they consider residential to be an appropriate use, and that they had in fact talked with the current tenants about the potential that the building would be redeveloped for residential use, and that they believe they can come to terms with the current tenant to end their lease and make the site available. So for those reasons, we've included those sites and continue to include them in the inventory. The second area of comment from the HAC was related to our methodology, and they questioned that, they suggested that we were using a methodology that exaggerated the number of units that we would likely see develop in our properties within the Patrick Henry specific plan area. So to kind of go through that, staff actually used on the average a fairly conservative yield, we believe, of 107 units per acre. And the reason we believe that's conservative is just one is sort of looking at historical trends with similar Tasman East specific plan area that we started from. And then since the plan, the Patrick Henry plan has been adopted, we've had 3 applications come in. The first one that's been approved was Summer Hill, is at 122 units to the acre. Walnut Hill is now at 101. And Sarah's Regis at 123. So, the average of those 3, the number of units we're getting is well over 107. And I would point out that in their comment, HAC suggested a different methodology and a different approach to calculating it. And we looked at that, and if we followed it, we think we would actually end up with a higher projected yield of 143 units per acre. So it would actually be less conservative. And so we don't think that there's really validity to this comment. We think the approach that we're taking is the appropriate one. So the majority of the comments from the state were actually related to analysis, policy, and implementation components of our housing element, more so than the sites inventory. And in terms of the analysis, for example, they did ask us to look more at housing needs specific to various demographic groups, and other cultural, what they call sort of local knowledge that they're looking to add to the state's awareness about what's going on. They asked us for more information that they don't have. They did give us a number of items in terms of policies that they want the city to adopt, and a significant number of implementation actions, which are basically actions that the city is committing to do as part of its housing element. And I'm going to go through and give some examples of those, but they're also all included in the draft document in front of you. So looking at first at the analysis kind of category, a lot of that fell under the affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AFFH, section of the housing element, and they're looking for information about segregation, integration, disparities, and access to opportunity, disproportionate housing needs, all tied to sort of different demographic groups in particular. Some of the analysis that they asked us to do was related to sort of spatially, geographic, where our growth was planned. And so you see here some of the numbers that we determined related to that. The state has designated Santa Clara into different areas that they call high or highest resource areas, medium, low. And what the presumption is that they want to see your development, and particularly your affordable development, in areas that are high or highest resource areas, meaning that the new residents will have access to services, good schools, et cetera, that laying that. Now, I'm not normally someone who goes for hyperbole and the idea that you've achieved 110% or 147%, like, how is that possible? This is the percentage of our RHNA number. So as mentioned, we have that surplus that we are providing units above what RHNA requires. So if you look at our RHNA number, we actually in our plan have 147%, for example, of our low income units, 47% more than what we're required, again, in our high or highest resource areas. So I think these are all indicators that we've managed to plan a lot of our growth in areas that have access to resources, high or highest resource areas. Some examples of some of the targets that they asked us to include were specific to these different demographic groups. Where we have specific targets now in the draft for persons with developmental disabilities, elderly, large families, and then also for people in need of interim housing. And there are specific numbers you can see here that the plan says are commitments, committed targets, specific numbers. So, example, but by the year 2030, we will have 76 units for people with developmental disabilities, for example. So those are things that are in the draft before you tonight that were not in the January 31st. It was feedback that we received from the state that they wanted to see these specific and more ambitious targets. Now I'm going to walk through a number of the implementation items that were brought up by the state and that they asked us to include in the plan. There's a longer list, but these are some of the most significant, or just give a good idea, representation of what we've included. The first one is a very specific one, the Kings Highway Motel property, which is located just a little bit east of here at City Hall on El Camino Real. It's a vacant lot, city owns. They're asking us that really by the end of next year to have initiated the process to see that redeveloped as an affordable housing site. So that's like a specific thing. It's been in our to-do list for a while, as resources haven't been available, but now we'll need to prioritize and make sure we move forward with that. The next is to, by the end of 2025, analyze feasibility of setting a rent deposit limit and present findings to the Housing Commission and City Council. So we're committing to a process on that. Ultimately, the City Council will be the ones that make a decision on what to do. We are also committed to, within 6 months of certification of our housing element, to adopt procedures that prioritize a water and sewer service for affordable housing projects. Some further examples. These are all 3 items related to what's called naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA. And naturally occurring affordable housing is housing that is not under some kind of restriction legally, but just because of the nature of it or the location of it, through market forces, is being rented or purchased at rates that coincide with affordable housing rates. So there may be properties out in the city that fall in this category. The city has not historically done anything to track those. Basically, these are measures that call for us creating a program to track and maintain those properties as affordable. So this would be additional work items for staff to undertake. And another one, just an interesting note in this case, direction that we need to do more multilingual outreach, community engagement activities, and we would be committed to doing that. And then one further one here. I know that the council in the past has had a lot of interest in the Tasmania specific plan. We do have in process an amendment to the specific plan that would add up to 1,500 units. The sites survey includes some units in that. It's less than 1,000, but it does assume there would be an adoption of that sometime this year of the specific plan amendment. So the language that's in the draft plan is the first bullet point here. After some further discussion, staff is actually recommending a slightly modified version of that kind of is more in line with how we normally view the relationship between policy commitments and the future independent action of the City Council. So we're actually recommending in this case that the Council direct us to use the alternate text from what was in the draft plan, that by the end of 2023, the City Council would consider whether to adopt the proposed amendment to the Tasmania specific plan, which would potentially allow up to 1,500 additional dwelling units. And as mentioned, the Planning Commission held a hearing on this earlier this year. The Planning Commission did recommend adoption of the housing element as amended. And they also recommended some additional language be added to the housing element that would encourage developers and contractors to evaluate hiring local labor, hire from or contributing to apprenticeship programs, increase resources for labor compliance, and provide a living wage. So staff has brought to you tonight 3 alternatives. The first is recommended for adoption of the draft plans that you have for you. That's staff recommendation. The second alternative is to incorporate the specific language that was developed by the Planning Commission. And then the third alternative is a modified version of that we believe would address the same intent of the Planning Commission but with in a way that's more specific and therefore easier for staff to implement and make sure and be clear that we are implementing, if that be the direction of the council, actions that will help to promote the local labor and so forth. So specifically, that could be actions like providing handouts, informational handouts, and so forth as to what's available for developers so that they have awareness of that. So should the City Council want to address the recommendation as raised by the Planning Commission, staff would recommend alternative 3 as the best means to do that. But with that, staff is still recommending our draft plan is brought to you with the one note about the Tasmania specific plan, as just mentioned. And staff is available for questions. Thank you.
All right, questions. Thank you very much for that, the update and the report. Councilmember Hardy. questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wanted to make certain I understood. You mentioned where Marriott Center, that was within the Patrick Henry. I was trying to visualize where that was. I wasn't remembering. And you mentioned Lawrence Station area plan. I want to make certain I'm clear as to where that was. I couldn't find a map. I will say I can appreciate staff's frustration. You did such a good job, but I understand that nearly no one's was accepted without changes, so we shouldn't take it personally. But I do get frustrated when I hear from the state about our housing, our RENA numbers, and then when they turn around and try to limit our water. And I appreciate that you mentioned that, and I will have a bit of a report over water as far as things go for Northside. I'm working on some things. But I like your wording about engaging with developers. I think it's much easier to measure. So I want to understand, you're saying your recommendation now is 1 and 3. Is that correct?
I respond?
Just say yes for 1 and 3 and then hold the other questions, if there was a question.
Yes, essentially, our recommendation is still alternative 1, but if council is interested in entertaining that, then it's number 3.
All right. Councilmember Becker, questions?
Yes, I have one question. You mentioned on the slide, let me go back to it. I'm maybe a little naive on this one, which is the Marriott Center, change CC&Rs funded and actively participate in PhD planning to change site to residential general plan. Is that a planned development? Is that something that they want to do, or they want to turn it into housing? I'm a little confused by that. I just want to know the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, thank you. This is an amendment to the general plan. And so our general plan has a very strict limit on the number of housing units within our station area plan. And we've basically achieved that with the Gateway Crossings project. I don't see any numbers for how many housing units to be expected at the Santa Clara station. So I was curious about that. And then on page 16, they have discrete objectives, and it says, update the citywide affordable housing ordinance to align with recent feasibility studies and plan approvals for the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan and the Freedom Circle focus area that support deeper affordability requirements, 5% very low income, 5% low income, and 5% moderate. So is that something that as part of that affordable housing ordinance, we could, when we get to that, we could make this this 5%, 5%, 5% a policy citywide? I'm trying to understand that. And then I do like the idea of assess the feasibility of updating the ordinance's definitions of moderate income units from 125% AMI to 100% AMI to further distinguish the difference between moderate income. I know that stakeholder feedback said that 120% of AMI is not very many people have that income. So I like the idea of adding that. For the, I know I watched the Planning Commission meeting, and I like some outreach to labor. I'm in favor of alternative 3, but I do want, as part of this affordable housing update, ordinance update, for the city to possibly look at adding a density bonus, 2 to 5% for a combination of labor incentives like prevailing wage or local labor or apprenticeships. And we could do that with a density bonus as a carrot. And then I was pleased to see in the affirmatively affordable housing matrix that is this correct, that we're planning to increase the access to interim increase interim housing, that means emergency shelter beds, by 30%. That means going from 453 to 589 beds for shelters. And to me, that's not necessary. I really don't like congregate shelters. I prefer to have things that were proposed for Benton and Lawrence, either originally or now that we have the families. But can you just confirm that that's a commitment of ours? Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree. I have one question on slide number 8, where we have ADU projections. Like, we basically split the number of ADU into 118, 118, 118 for VLI, very low, low income, and moderate. I don't know what criteria did we split that ADUs, because I don't think ADUs have any specific criteria for low income and that stuff. And I also have the same question about 555% of very low income, that criteria. Can we memorialize that? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree. My question regards you mentioned the Kings Highway Motel. Are we going to look into working with another agency in developing that property, or is it just going to be solely the city's responsibility? And also, regarding the alternatives, I actually prefer alternative number three, because I feel like it incorporates a lot of conversation that we've had in the past, like when we were when we were deciding on the Patrick Henry specific plan, and there were requests about, an apprenticeship program and incorporating an apprenticeship program and providing living wages. So I feel like number 3 addresses that issue, and as well as the resolution to amend the general plan. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. You can take a moment to look at those questions. I'm going to go to members of the public now. We have Brian. Brian?
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
First of all, thank you for allowing that you members of the public can pull things from the consent calendar. And second, many of us barely hang on here in Santa Clara. And anything you can do to help us find a place to live and grow is greatly appreciated. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have any other members of the public? City Clerk, I don't see anyone. All right, I know Director Crabtree, it didn't give you much time. Sorry about
Madam
that.
Mayor, you can give them a little bit more by entertaining a motion to close the public hearing. That was a formal public hearing you just conducted.
It was a formal public hearing.
Yeah,
Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Becker to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. He didn't need that time, did you?
I think I'm ready.
Just a minute, we're waiting for this vote to see if we've closed.
Would you like to cast your vote, Vice Mayor? Thank you.
And it passes unanimously. All right, Director Crabtree.
All right, I'll begin with the questions about the Marriott Center. And it's within the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan area. Unfortunately, I don't have an exhibit to show you. I wish I did. But as you're generally aware, That's on the west side of Great America
Marriott Hotel.
Parkway. This has nothing to do with the Marriott Hotel.
It's the center next to it.
No, this is actually within the Patrick Henry Drive
Oh, with the
specific plan area. It's confusing. When we first saw the name Marriott, we thought it had something to do with the hotel. It
Freedom
doesn't.
Circle, I thought.
It doesn't appear to have anything to do with the hotel. I'm not sure why they chose that name, but in any case, it's within the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan area. So, south of Tasman, west of Great America Parkway, and then north of Mission College. Right, that area that we adopted the specific plan about a year ago, and it has a number of properties. The Marriott Center is kind of in the center of that, so it's there's kind of a loop complete made by Patrick Henry Drive coming down, and in Old Ironsides, it's sort of the inside of the donut is one of the larger properties in that area, and it's currently developed with I think it's like. Well, I don't get the number wrong, but a number of industrial buildings that are held as condominium buildings. And so, we, as part of our outreach for that planning effort, we reached out to them as one of the property owners and asked them if they invited them to participate. That planning effort was funded by most of the developers. For example, there are 2 data centers within that plan area that didn't participate. They said, we have data centers. We're not really interested in residential development. We're fine with being in the plan area, but we're not going to be participants. Unlike that, we had representatives from the Marriott Center say, we're very interested in the potential of residential development of our property in the future. They went through, they had some old CC&Rs that weren't didn't really work for them. They went through a process of amending those so that they could have a representative come and be part of our process. And they came up with a land use designation that they wanted to see applied on their site that would support future residential development. So, we recognize that there can be challenges when you have multiple property owners, but we have lots of evidence that they are working towards the redevelopment of their site. And so we think it's appropriate to include within the site's inventory. The data centers we did not include within our site's inventory. Moving on to the Lawrence Station Area Plan. So Lawrence Station Area specific plan was adopted in 2017, so a little bit further back. And it's near the Lawrence Caltrain Station. Within that plan area, there's a lot of development going on. Summerhill came in, sort of the largest chunk of it. And there's new buildings you can see along Lawrence. So as you move interior to that site, then it kind of drops in density. There's some townhouses on on the eastern end of this plan area. There's some other townhouses that have developed. So really abutting the development that Summerhill brought in. There's a industrial property. The Sobrato organization owned 5 parcels. They sold 4 of those off to a different owner who is the one I mentioned has decided that they want to retain industrial use, and they're actually going through steps to expand it. So we took that out of the site's inventory. But in the one parcel that was not sold, that is retained by the Sobrato organization, it has residential on 2 sides of it. That's new development. And as mentioned, I contacted them, and they were very clear that they're open to residential development of their parcel within the next 8 years, the time frame of our housing element. And they've even gone so far as to have discussions with their tenants about the possibility of them needing to move out to make way for residential development. So again, we think it fully meets the requirements of the state to include in our inventory. There was a comment about water. I think that's just a comment. I didn't get a question there. And I addressed Marriott Center. So, question about the Santa Clara Station Area Plan. And so first I would note that we did have the development that's underway is included, right? So what's been approved will fall under our current housing element because it's really based on when the units are occupied that you count them. And so we did count all that capacity. But because our general plan doesn't currently support more residential development, we did not take any additional sites and put it into it. And so, we're starting the station area planning effort. It's very it's very likely that we will be adding capacity within the time frame of the housing element. And so, we could overachieve. But we didn't include those sites because they don't really meet the criteria for the state, that you've got the sites really ready for development at the time you're adopting your housing element in some fashion. In general plan, there's a little bit of a time frame that they give you for rezonings and other things that are necessary to implement. But in this case, we wanted to have a very defensible plan. And then the next question was about our affordable housing ordinance, the citywide one. And, as mentioned, we've had a number of conversations back and forth with our state rep. We've been proposing things that we think, staff is in support of, or that we think the city council is in support of, things that are already going. So, we basically said, yes, we will commit to updating our inclusionary ordinance. That's something that we recognize that the city council has an interest in us doing, so that citywide there would be a standard. This essentially gives us policy direction that we would be, if your council adopts this as part of our housing element, we have at a higher level policy direction to go amend the ordinance to implement it, to create the requirement comparable to what we did with the specific plans, at 5% of the units be in the very low, 5% in the low, and 5% in the moderate, and then further to look at what is moderate, not to use the 120%, but something that's actually helpful to the community. So I think what's in the housing element reflects input we've heard previously from the council and the community, and things that staff are prepared to work on. It really gives us a time frame that we need to come back within a year or so to do that, and that's consistent with our own internal work program efforts. So that was that was kind of a good starting point for us. And as part of that effort that's ahead of us, we can certainly explore the idea of a density bonus related to some of these employment labor practices. And so we'll take that as into consideration when we do that effort. A question about increasing the number of shelter beds. Is that correct? Yeah, you're looking at the draft plan. There is a target put in there. What I would say is that we recognize that there's really a need for sort of this continuum of care, different types of units, whether it be interim housing, which we talked a lot about not too long ago, more permanent affordable housing, or even something that's more immediate, where you have a cold night and you need to get people out of the cold. That's where the shelter beds, they play a role. And so, again, working with the state, where they were really looking for us to make some specific commitments, we have the numbers that we came up with in the plan for that. And then the next question I have on my list was about the ADUs and the projected income. So we worked with our fellow cities and county staff collectively and did a survey of ADUs across the county. We hired a survey firm, and they went out and they looked at what are the rents that are actually being charged in ADUs, and we gathered data from that. And so we used that to determine, sort of just not by legal restriction, but by market sort of forces, what rents are those ADUs at. We have a distribution, and this was all a methodology that the state kind of encouraged us to use. So we think we were on solid ground there in terms of how we've sort of projected those units into different income categories. Related to the Kings Highway Hotel project, that's been on our kind of our to-do list for a while now, but we haven't been able to get to it, and now we'll have to. Before we certainly talk about some potential partnership with the county, looking to them if it's as a funding partner in that. That's something we'll consider. We haven't made any kind of commitment to do that yet, but it's something we would evaluate. When we went through some of our other, the similar RFP process for the property at San Tomas and Monroe, and one up on De La Cruz, we did an RFP. We went through some community engagement. We put out an RFP and got different developers' proposals. The county kind of set in on the selection process with us because we knew they were going to be a funding partner. And so we worked sort of collaboratively with them from the beginning and envisioned something similar here would take place. And I believe those were all the questions I have. Let me know if I missed something or if there's anything else you want to add.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I just wanted to make certain I was really clear when you talk about Lawrence Station area, is that north of where Costco is, where we already have development? You mentioned Lawrence Station area, and there's several different places that could be called that.
Yes. I'm sorry, again, not having an exhibit, but yes, it is immediately north of Costco. The Costco's in Sunnyvale. The boundary there is rather odd, and it kind of jigs and jags back and forth. But just south of the Costco is where the station is. But we did our planning around that, and we call it the Lawrence Station area.
City Attorney, I have a public member that, I know we closed the public hearing, but she's had her hand up for a bit. Can I go to her? Since I know we've closed it, but.
Madam Mayor, it would be in your option and consensus of the council to reopen the public hearing to take the additional comment.
I'd like to reopen it.
I'll motion that.
Public. We don't need a motion, it's just consensus.
Consensus is fine, Madam Mayor.
Sylvia, go ahead, Sylvia.
Hi, this is Sylvia Aboud from Executive Director at Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors. I've been getting calls from seniors more and more that they start off as low income in low income housing, but every year the rent goes up. And then at some point they just can't afford it. The ones that have family get absorbed into their family. The ones that don't try to figure out some way. But the Mercury News a few days ago had an article that a study had been done, and 50-plus-year-olds are the ones that are starting to become homeless and are starting to make up larger percentages of the homeless. And so, I wasn't really aware of how all the low income worked, but hearing that their rents are going up and they're reaching points where they can't afford to stay there and they literally get evicted. And even though they may have time to find somewhere else, they can't afford somewhere else. So I just wondered if there was a way to look into that and to kind of figure out how that could, be changed. I don't know how or what it would take. And I'm sure it's following whatever has been put into place, but it's starting to not work.
Thank you, Sylvia.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, could I please have a motion to close the public hearing again?
Motion.
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. When you're ready, City Clerk. Please register your vote. That passes unanimously. I have a couple more comments. Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, thank you very much for all the discussion as well. I'm actually concerned about the affordable part of the affordable housing plan. As many people have mentioned, the 5% is not really going to cut it. When we talk about 120% AMI, I don't think people realize that that's over $200,000 a year. In fact, that's over $214,000 a year. And I see how the number of housing units will be met, but I really don't see how we're going to get the affordability aspect guaranteed in potential projects. I know that we have awarded density bonuses, and we've talked about that, so I see the ways we can get density. But that talks about number of units. We talk about the housing part of affordable housing. And FYI, the AMI in Santa Clara, large parts, is almost $180,000. And you can I looked that up at the Fannie Mae AMI lookup tool, so anyone can do that. And when you have affordability, and we talk about NOAA, the naturally occurring affordable housing, that addresses families making 50% AMI. And 50% AMI is $90,000. That excludes people making, half of that, $45,000, $50,000 or less, which those are the people in danger of getting dropped by the city. And that's 25% AMI. And I think that there needs to be a lot more of that. I mean, I see a lot of projects that are coming in saying that 100%, 120% AMI counts towards affordability, but I know lots of people in my neighborhood that don't make that kind of money. And what people don't realize is that it's not just people getting raises that increases AMI. When the people at the bottom leave, that causes AMI to go up. Like, it's not minimum wage increasing. That's, minimum wage go up another $7 and we wouldn't even notice the effect on AMI. The real problem is not minimum wage going up. I've said this many times, but there are no controls on the maximum wage. And the problem is if there's no controls on the maximum wage, because this is America, there's no such thing as affordability. When we've got people, we've got corporations that are buying up properties and building affordable housing aimed at 100%, 80% AMI, that excludes a lot of the people that, should have been able to purchase that kind of land. And what are we reserving for them? 5%. We need to realize that bringing people in, having people of lots of different incomes is actually good for everyone, including people that currently have homes. A lot of people are owning homes at a tremendous price. Like, they've purchased a house, they've got a mortgage, and now they can't do anything else. I think people say, well, they've got this big house, they can afford, 5%, 10% increases on their utilities. No, they can't. Like, they did all they could to get the houses that they're in right now, and everything else that's out there squeezes them for the things for what they don't have. I would really like us to consider that AMI, of course, is not the city. We have to talk well above the city. That AMI is not the best way, the best index for affordability, right? And that minimum wage is not tied to some meaningless number that hasn't even kept up with the cost of living. But it has to be tied to some real number, like the cost of rent, right? If a living wage is not tied to something that helps people live, the cost of living, then it's not a real number, right? I would like to see mixed-use projects, because I see a lot of them. I remember coming up with the general plan that's up there, and I know a lot of areas along El Camino that we haven't followed that plan. We have a number of projects up there which should be regional mixed use. We don't have any housing there at all. That's pushed the housing other places. I think people need to realize that housing, when we have numbers like RENA destroys vision planning for the city, because now it's like, well, we just got to pack things wherever we can because we got numbers to meet. And I think that's a big problem. But it's like the city's like a mattress. And if you push the densities down someplace, it's got to go up someplace else, right? And the way that it's been going up is we've been having this patchwork, this piecemeal, infill development next to residents, and I've seen it for years, and that's one of the reasons I'm here on council, because I've gone to every single city council meeting where residents have come to me and say, hey, this is happening in our neighborhood, right? And hearing from Sylvia, I think that rent to own is the only way to get housing stability. Like, if we believe in housing stability, then at some point ownership has to be part of that, right? Like she said, seniors cannot manage the year-upon-year rent increases. If we don't manage the increases, especially for senior and affordable housing that are already on the edge. Like, if the rent goes up, 5%, 10%, people making minimum wage aren't getting 5%, 10% raises every year. Right. And I don't want to see any non-prevailing wage jobs on large projects. And what's a large project? I don't know. Actually, any number, but I was going to say something like any project that requires 10 people or more. Every job should be prevailing wage. I do note the high density flex, and I would love to see taller buildings as part of our plan for additional housing. But I'm concerned about these theoretical possibilities versus planned and achievable realities. Because when I look at some of the numbers that are here, I say, yeah, that's true. I read the letters from, it says John Davidson, and I tend to agree. I don't completely agree, and I think, oh, these are really interesting things. I don't know what I think about this because I haven't thought it through yet. But we can't just consider the housing units. We have to consider the space required for amenities, for people to live, for the people, to support the people who are there. I mean, I know that 900 Kiley has over 7% open space outside of parks, but you really can't see it. It's not there in a way that residents can appreciate. As I said, over a decade ago, I see a lot of sawdust, but I don't see any chairs. There's no chairs that I can make with the cut up pieces. This is a path, this is a path. This is considered open space, but it's required because you have to get from point A to point B. That can't be considered open space. That's not open space. That's just required to get from point A to point B. And that's only one of the problems, right? The older residents push their grandchildren around the complex. I see this every single day. And when my daughter was young and I pushed around the complex, I had the same problem. There's no place to sit and rest. You have to go all the way around the complex or get back to where your house is in order to do that.
Can we stick to the issue, please?
These are the issues.
Of sitting and walking? Okay.
I think that if we don't take into account how people live in the city, if we don't take into account how people live in the city, just addressing the number of units isn't going to do anything. I think at some point we need to create not just housing units, but we need to create housing units for people to live in. Right? And again, I would love to see just one mixed-use project where people who work in the mixed-use commercial can afford to live in the housing in that same project. And if we don't have projects like that, if we're not, having rents that allow people to do this, if we don't have the jobs that allow people to do this, then at some point mixed use is it's just there so that we have the term mixed use. We're not really serious about living wage jobs, and we're not really serious about traffic. Thank you. So much more to say, but thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with what Councilmember Park is mentioning. Like when we talk about affordability, as per the current guidelines, 125/80 or 100% is not affordable to the people who really need affordability component. So, and even if we do 555, I know we came up with that solution that at least the lower 5% will have some leeway to get affordability component on that. And if I heard Director Crabtree mention that we can revisit housing ordinance in a year or so. So my priority would be, let's get that thing, like these two things, like lower the bar for affordability, linking it to AMI. If we can lower it, let's lower that, as well as follow the 555% as a standard. And if we can do that, that would be, and for that, we can do a survey, as Councilman Park is mentioning. In a mixed use, if we cannot have everybody who is working in that mixed use area, if they cannot afford to live over there, that defeats the purpose of mixed use and defeats the purpose of our affordability guidelines, basically. So my priority, I know we are going to vote on this one today, but my priority would be bring back the housing ordinance with the discussion we are having over here, so that we can make really set up an example, not only within Santa Clara, but within the region, that this is how we can work on real affordability housing within the area, and set up an example on that. So that should be the goal. And what numbers we come up with, whether we want to take AMI as a benchmark and then reduce the percentages, or let's think of anything else. If there is something related to minimum wage, something related to the average employment within the area, like how we can afford that. So those are various options within it, within our scope, and let's come up with that. And I would be, I'm ready to make a motion to adopt alternative 3 for today's agenda item for that.
Is it more than 3? Is it 1 as well?
No, 3 includes 1.
Yeah.
1 and 3.
It's rewritten.
3 includes 1, Mayor.
Yeah, let me clarify. It is either 1 or 3. So 3 is the one that adds the language capturing the intent of the Planning Commission, but in a way recommended by staff.
So staff recommendation 3.
No, that was 1.
Yeah. in this case, yes.
Staff was one, so we are adding staff recommendation. On top of that, we are adding some more as per the planning commission.
And just to clarify, also include the change as noted to the Tasmania specific plan amendment.
Right, with the units. Do you have that, Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, I do.
Can you make that as the motion, though?
So the element change in the attachment housing area plan, right?
So I think the motion would be to move forward alternative 3 and also incorporating the revised language specific to the Tasmania specific plan amendment as proposed by staff.
Noted. Assistant City Clerk.
If we're done, I will second that.
City Attorney, is that?
Yeah, it's okay. If I might maybe restate it a little bit more clearly,
right way.
Madam Mayor, I would suggest, and I think this is consistent with your intent, Member Chahal, that you move staff's recommendation to amend the general plan by readopting a revised housing element, including staff's alternative language on adding units to the Tasman East specific plan, and staff's proposed alternative on labor-friendly policies presented as alternative 3.
Got it. So
Right out of his mouth, that was it.
I
Yes,
agree.
I got it. Okay, and that's seconded by Councilmember
Hardy.
Hardy. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to understand the Tasman East. I think we're proposing 1,500 units additional as part of the Tasman East specific plan. There was a discussion about adding more parkland there. Can you clarify? I think there were options about purchasing land and options about dedicating land. Can you clarify where we are with parkland as part of the Tasman East?
Go ahead, but
Yeah, it's kind of outside the scope of what we're doing tonight.
yeah, it's
Just
units here.
here,
number
where
of units.
the staff alternative kind of acknowledges that we've not yet set the number at 1,500. It's something that's being evaluated, and where eventually there will be a council process to look at that specific plan and adopt it. And at that time, we'll really dive into the open space issue and how we're addressing that. We did have prior council direction to go look at purchasing land, and that's something that's continuing to be an item before staff to work on.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know is we're not committing to 1,500 units. We're sort of looking at.
That's correct.
50. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting the motion, but there's a lot of concerns that you really kind of, I think, need to be pointed out a lot. And I think Councilmember Park really elaborated on a lot of those about, the cost of living in this area. The recent index that just came out stated that $100,000 is considered low income. That makes people like me, your council member. That makes people like my neighbors. That makes people like my coworkers and seniors and students in this area. We're considered poverty. It's pretty sad, and a lot of those people are considered service workers, grocery store workers, Starbucks workers. I mean, these are the people that are literally serving high earners their cups of coffee, the people that can actually afford to live here. So the further and further we create this divide between rich and poor, the further most of us are in poverty. The further a lot of us are being priced out, then we're moving to other areas where we could buy houses. Where's the American dream in that? And where it's more of like an American nightmare. I hear it a lot. I heard one of the people talking that was a senior and students. I mean, we have students living in their cars. We have people living in motorhomes. And that right there breaks my heart because most of us could be one paycheck away from being there ourselves. My thought is, it gets to this, is that most of people are working 2 to 3 jobs. When is enough enough? To be honest, I asked the state, I asked the county. We are considered the most liberal state in the region and the most liberal county. We're supposed to be looking out for the little people. And why aren't we looking out for the little people? The working class, the people who got us here. My grandparents made probably, $27,000 back in the day. They were able to buy a house. Most of us are making more than what our grandparents made, and we can't even afford to live here. Can't afford a place to put over our heads. if you have better rents, you're going to have longer tenants. You're going to have guaranteed income from tenants. You're going to have more people staying where they are and continuing to live where they are instead of having to continually switch in and out. In reality, if you look at it, the people who are actually building these places, when you drive through neighborhoods and you see these developments being built, a lot of these people that are building these places can't even afford to live in them themselves. Most of them labor friendly or so on. That's why I'm really glad to see it's local, because a lot of these people that are working in these places are driving far distances from Dublin, from Modesto, from Salinas. That's more carbon emissions in the air. So we got to figure things out that are going to put local workers here, and I'm glad to see that in the language. But I would really like to see a caveat to the motion and maybe even a friendly amendment, which is an emphasis, a major emphasis, because we are in a housing crisis, and it is an emphasis on actual real affordable housing that's going to be related to the minimum wage, that's going to be related to what seniors are going through and having to prevent displacement and create homelessness. So I really hope that we do put that emphasis, because honestly, people out there are drowning and we need help. And I think we have that ability to fix things, especially in this region. We are the center of what's possible. Let's make it possible.
Okay, City Clerk, motion on the floor. Does anybody need a refresher on what it was? No? Okay. Place your vote. And that passes 6-1. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam and Director Crabtree, Xander, everyone who worked on this so hard. So when will we find out if this one passes? How long does it take?
60 days for their,
60 days they have to get back to us?
yeah. And they say they'll usually take the full 60.
Our fingers are crossed. Thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate it. It's before midnight, too. Yay. Okay. Okay. I think that was our last item. So next we have reports of members and special committees. I did attend 2 conferences, so I wanted to talk about them. The first one I attended was the conference on California Center for Cooperative Developments, the California Co-op Conference. Very interesting sessions that I attended. A lot of it revolved around the California Employee Ownership Act that was passed this year. And everything that had to do with worker co-ops, and it wasn't just retail co-ops, it was housing co-ops as well. In fact, there were more housing co-ops and land trust people there than retail. But we talked about the Worker-Owned Recovery Act, the work group. Their mission is to advance worker ownership in California through legislative advocacy, outreach, and education, project equity, grassroots initiatives to strengthen the co-op movement. Santa Clara was brought up as an example of a successful co-op. We only have one so far in the city, which is a Slice of New York Pizza. Kurt Vartan and Bernadette King Fitzsimmons from the Work Coalition, they had a session that I participated in as well, talking about advocacy, building a wider network to support worker-owned cooperatives in California. There's about 100 worker co-ops in California now. There's about 350,000 businesses where the owners of the businesses are aging out very soon. And so there's a huge need for this type of ownership. Otherwise, a lot of these businesses, many are legacy businesses, are going to be lost. So it was a really interesting conference, and I learned about ways to re-engage the city again. We spent some money doing several workshops in Santa Clara. We did it through our Economic Development Committee. when it was active, and worked with Mission College and got a lot done. And so I have some ways that I want to re-engage. Even though I'm not on that committee anymore, I still want to bring this back. So it was a very successful conference, and I was proud that Santa Clara was featured so prominently in the conference. The other conference I went to was the AAPA National Conference in Seattle, and I got back and I did learn a lot at that conference. Thank you, Director Pineda, for being there as well. One of the things I learned is that in the energy business about, first of all, everyone's getting older in the energy business. Not our present company, but everyone else around the country. And it's about 85% men and about 15% women. And it's an older generation, a mainly white generation. So there's a lot of concern about the future of the energy business and really engaging a younger and more diverse, including women, employment group. So I went to a session which I really thought, I tried to pick sessions that are of policy nature so that I could actually make a difference coming back. I went to a recruitment session where a doctor of sociology conducted it, and they look at recruitment with a DEI lens. And so we talked about hiring, and it's how you put the job proposal out. And I thought this is good not only just for SVP, but for our city as a whole. And so they gave us a lot of suggestions on hiring and the message that we put out to the community and how we attract talent, especially diverse talent, to our city. So I have a lot of information I want to give to Araceli about with some videos as well that I think will help us, not just for energy, but for our entire organization, because I think it's how we attract people that's important, and the old ways don't work anymore. They just don't. So I found that really interesting. Also, cybersecurity and the threats to our infrastructure and public officials as well. The availability of power, which is something that is really critical to us here in Silicon Valley. The availability of power and our resiliency and our flexibility on how we look at this in the future. And I think there's going to be a lot more conversations about power availability and how that affects the development in this area in the future of Silicon Valley. They had a senior analyst from CNBC that talked about how to manage among economic turmoil and how to look into market signals and how to manage our utility and position us the best that we can. There's a lot on electric vehicles and all kinds of things. So I found it to be quite enlightening for me. This was the first time I've gone to this conference, and like I said, I learned a lot, but in terms of what's the future of public power, I think there's a lot of work we need to do because things are changing. They're changing, and we need to change with them. Santa Clara and NCPA have excellent reputations around the country, and so I did find that there's a lot of compliments for Silicon Valley Power and our staff and the way we conduct business, which was really good to hear about that. And then the consortium with NCPA, and I got to meet all the officials and how we all work together well. But at the end of the day, Santa Clara is very well respected, and I was really proud. I was really proud to be representing Santa Clara. So that's all I have to say from my reports. Thank you. Who's next? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just happened to be at that same conference that you just talked about, the APPA conference, American Public Power Association, and it was nice to spend a couple of days with Director Pineda and Deanna Hillbrands from SVP, as well as members of NCPA, and also, just meeting folks from around the country that belong to APPA. It was very informative, as the mayor said. Great speakers. I don't want to repeat things that you said, Mayor, but I will say that one thing I found interesting, one of the speakers was Jessica Yellen, who was a former CNN chief White House correspondent, and she has gone out on her own, like as an independent news reporter, and has started, she's the founder of News Not Noise, an independent digital media brand, and talked about how, usually it's the loudest voices, that people listen to, and that's what people hear, when they hear the news. It's the people with the loudest voices. And so it was really very introspective, listening to that and thinking about how, like I absorb the news, and how to look at it differently. And then, funnily enough, the next morning was when Hunter Biden was found guilty of tax evasion and getting a gun permit, but everybody was on the news yelling, and I thought, this is exactly what she's talking about. It's the loudest voices that are getting across. But aside from that, it was interesting to hear, there are still supply chain issues, and probably will be for a while. But also the fact that, the power grid is a big concern all around the country, and how we can work together to, work on resolutions to that. There was another seminar that a breakout session that I attended that had to do with, just basically having enough power. And I was surprised to learn that Lodi, which is one of our NCPA members, had a power outage last summer as a result of the load, the increased load, and they had like next to no warning, that they were just everything was going to shut down in the city. So they were able to get some backup electricity very fast because, they were worried about the hospitals, senior housing, places that were really going to be impacted. But as a result, they're making some changes going forward to ensure that that doesn't happen again. So that was a very interesting story that was told. But anyway, it was a great conference, and I thank you to Silicon Valley Power for the opportunity to attend on behalf of the city and represent the city and just continue learning how to keep the power on. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. 1/5 of our water here in Santa Clara comes from the Hetch Hetchy system. That is everything north of 101. That's where we have just approved a lot of our possible development and housing. SFPUC staff, in a recent report publicly to BOSCA's policy board, reiterated that they will be deciding by 2028 if Santa Clara and San Jose can become permanent full members of BOSCA, because now we are just wholesale customers and our supply can be greatly diminished and ultimately interrupted, especially during a drought. I want to make the council aware of this, and that we're trying to show at a united front that we would like to be made full partners and make certain that our water supply is not interrupted and does not cause problems for any development, especially north of the Bay Shore. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have a report?
No report, Mayor.
All right, thank you, which leads us to our adjournment. Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
So thank you. I just wanted to note that last Friday, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Chahal for also being here, the city of Santa Clara hosted the mayors of Seongnam, Korea, Mr. Shin Sang-jin, one of the Silicon Valleys of Korea, as well as the Fullerton mayor, Fred Jung. They're looking to see how they can set up business parks to replicate some of the successes of Silicon Valley. And they thought that coming to the real Silicon Valley would help them with this. And I'm really, really happy they did that. And funnily enough, while impressed with the fact that Santa Clara is the home of Intel and AMD and NVIDIA, the silicon powerhouses that basically run the world, they were more interested in other places. I'm not going to mention them because they don't really need mention, because they saw that as being Silicon Valley and a lot of startup companies and a lot of startup culture. I'm also glad that the mayor discussed hiring and how to attract diverse talent, because that's what I told the mayors, Mayor Shin and Jung. And I told them Silicon Valley is a bit of a misnomer, which is I know that with Mr. Shockley and advances in transistors and in silicon, that's how the technology developed. But the reality is the technology and the money, if technology and money is all that requires to create Silicon Valley, then I believe other countries are going to have many Silicon Valleys many times over because they've got a lot more money and they've got all the technology we do. But I don't think that's what Silicon Valley is. I believe that Silicon Valley, and I've said this before, should be called Popular Valley because it was the people that came to Silicon Valley who tried and failed. And I think that we need to realize that they didn't come here and succeed and succeed and succeed. A lot of them tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. And it was the fact that they failed and failed and failed and did not quit. And they continued. That Silicon Valley, this area, the Valley of Heart's Delight, encourage people to come and stay and to get past their failures and to create incredible technologies that other people built on and other people built on. The fact that we have schools here, the fact that we have incredible weather, the fact that we had all these orchards and great places to go and see, maybe they had a little bit to do with it. But I really think that it was the people that came, whether it was HP, whether it was the people who started Apple, whether it was the Steves that came, whether it was other people who said, well, I'm going to start a garage. They certainly didn't start with money, but they had a dream, they had an idea. And I think that if we don't scare those people away, if we can attract people who don't have money, that have ideas, and we can get them to stay, and we get them to fail and fail and fail until they do succeed, I think that would be a good thing. I think that that's how Silicon Valley comes up. And that was a little bit of the discussion that we had with the mayors of Sungnam and Fullerton. And I think it was a pleasure to have them here. Thank you.
May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Motion second to adjourn. When you're ready, City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good evening or morning.